One Piece, Avenging My Family, Eradicate All Celestial Dragons. Part 1. In the year 1483 of the Hyuan calendar, just 1 year before the fabled Battle of the Valley of the Gods, a 17-year-old boy stood by the East China Sea, tears streaming down his face as he repeatedly pounded the nearby rocks with blood-stained fists. Despite his wounds, he refused to stop. "Dragon people, cursed dragon people! You filthy vermin, the abominations of this world, I swear, one day I will wipe you out!" Even as the echo of his vow faded into the crashing waves, the boy's determination blazed. His name was Luo No, a time traveler who had once journeyed, as a toddler, to the world of One Piece. In that tumultuous realm, teeming with brawny warriors and pirates at every corner, fate had led a compassionate young couple to discover and adopt him. Over the next 10 years, their care and affection filled his life with joy, so much so that he had come to regard them as his true parents. But only 2 days ago, tragedy had shattered his newfound peace. The celestial dragons had brutally murdered his adoptive parents, an atrocity born of the irrational frenzy of the Tianlong, who had unleashed their shotguns on innocent civilians as if it were a common meal. To these world nobles, ordinary people were nothing more than swine and cattle, being so lowly that they were deemed unworthy of breathing the same air. As a result, such civilians could be tortured or killed without remorse. Luo No's mother, caught in the path of a stray bullet, died instantly. In a desperate bid for vengeance, his father had seized an axe and charged forward, only to be torn apart by the merciless onslaught of celestial dragon guards and marines. Overwhelmed by grief and fury as he watched this horror unfold, Luo No's legs buckled. His heart and lungs felt hollowed out by sorrow, and an all-consuming desire for revenge ignited within him. Clenching his fists, he vowed, "I will avenge my parents!" "Luo No, you must hold back," pleaded a kind-hearted neighbor, grasping him tightly. "They are celestial dragons. To challenge them now is to court certain death. Don't be impulsive." But even as the neighbor's grip tried to tether him, Luo No's anguish roared louder. The Tianlong men sneered at the seemingly effortless demise of the defenseless, spitting phlegm on the bodies before strutting away with their cronies. Helplessly restrained by a group of adults, Luo No could only watch the murderers disappear into the distance. "Damn it! Cursed be the celestial dragons!" he bellowed, collapsing to his knees beside his parents' still bodies, his cries echoing toward the indifferent sky. As if to add insult to injury, the Tianlong continued their indiscriminate shooting at the crowd. "Why must my good-hearted parents suffer so?" he lamented. "It's all their fault. Someone must be backing these pig-like tyrants. They can wreak havoc on the innocent with impunity." In his previous life, Luo No had harbored a simmering hatred for the celestial dragons. Now, immersed in the brutal world of pirates and lawlessness, that hatred had erupted into an unyielding resolve. "These scumbags do not deserve to rule this world," he vowed. "I will make the Tianlong pay, by blood! I will kill every last one of these beasts and avenge my parents." Yet he knew that such a vendetta required more than raw emotion, it demanded overwhelming strength. Celestial dragons, as world nobles, were shielded by powerful bodyguards, and any challenge against them would provoke the might of the Marines and even the world government. To hope to vanquish such foes, he needed to unlock a power far beyond that of an ordinary man. In that critical moment, as his emotions surged, a sudden alert echoed in his mind. "Ding, recognizing your intense emotional fluctuations, Conqueror's Hockey has been unlocked. The God-level pickup system is activated." Startled by the voice within, Luo No paused briefly before his eyes lit up with renewed determination. As a time traveler, he was already familiar with the system's promise of rapid power enhancement. In this world, where strength was the ultimate currency, there was no time for sorrow. He wiped away his tears, returned home, and set about studying the system's functions. By the next morning, the secrets of the God-level pickup system became clear. True to its name, it allowed him to acquire virtually any ability, from mastering the 3 forms of Conqueror's Hockey and the 6 marine combat styles to honing his physical skills and swordsmanship. Moreover, he could absorb devil fruit powers to further enhance his natural abilities. In short, there was virtually no limit to the heights he could reach. "I will become the most fearsome force in this world," he resolved. "I will storm the Holy Lands and exterminate every Tianlong scum, those beasts unworthy of life, to bring peace to my parents' spirits in heaven." Determined, Luo Nuo summoned the system interface. Host, Luo Nuo. Age 17. Strength 13, average 10. Speed 9, average 10. Physical strength 19, average 10. Hockey, Conqueror's Hockey, intermediate. Other abilities, none. Fruit ability, none. Reviewing his stats, he realized that aside from the awakening of Conqueror's Hockey, he was still essentially ordinary. But that did not deter him. His newfound confidence and commanding aura, a byproduct of his Conqueror's power, had transformed him from a timid child into someone who exuded quiet authority. The very next day, eager to test the system's picking ability, Luo Nuo ventured into the busiest part of the island. Villagers, who knew of his recent misfortune, looked upon him with sympathy. Yet he barely noticed their concerned greetings. Instead, he focused on the curious phenomenon unfolding around him. From nearly every passerby, card-like tokens began to fall, much like loot dropped by defeated monsters in a game. Before long, notifications chimed one after another. Ding host gained 5 points in strength. Ding host gained 3 points in strength. Ding host gained 4 points in speed. Ding host gained 8 points in physical strength. Ding host gained 3 points in stamina. These tokens, representing basic attributes like speed, strength, and stamina, were common among the ordinary villagers, who lacked the extraordinary abilities of devil fruit users or masters of hockey, but they were invaluable to Luo Nuo. In this world, raw physical skills were crucial. Some warriors even reached the pinnacle of power solely through rigorous training. The blend of speed, strength, and stamina defined the destructive potential of one's physical abilities. More tokens continued to fall. Ding host gained 3 points in strength. Ding host gained 2 points in stamina. Ding host gained 6 points in speed. As he watched his basic attributes surge upward, Luo Nuo felt his physical fitness improving rapidly. After spending an entire day roaming the island and collecting these gains, he returned home. When he opened the system panel once more, he was astonished to see that his strength had leapt to a new, formidable level. Thus, with every new point and every beat of his resolute heart, Luo Nuo edged closer to the day when he would stand tall against the tyranny of the celestial dragons and fulfill his vow of vengeance. Host, Luo Nuo. Age 17. Strength, 245, Lieutenant Colonel level. Speed, 185, Lieutenant Colonel level. Physical strength, 223, Lieutenant Colonel level. Hockey, Conqueror's Hockey, intermediate. Not bad. I should be stronger than an ordinary Lieutenant Colonel now. After all, I still have Conqueror's domineering power. Looking at the system panel, Luo Nuo also felt that his body was completely different from before. In addition, Luo Nuo also picked up a lot of interesting abilities. Ding, congratulations to the host for picking up the cooking ability. Basic. Ding, congratulations to the host for picking up the shipbuilding ability. Intermediate. Ding, congratulations to the host for picking up the sailing ability. Intermediate. Ding, congratulations to the host for picking up the medical ability. Basic. Ding, congratulations to the host for picking up the winemaking process. Top level. This was a pleasant surprise and was of great help to Luo Nuo, who was preparing to go to sea. These abilities were picked up from the residents of the island. Although they were all intermediate and elementary skills, for Luo Nuo, who was going out to sea, these skills could be very poor, but they were essential. Especially the skill of navigation. Without this ability, it would probably take several years to travel to the Grand Line. Luo Nuo doesn't have that much time. Maybe when his parents were still alive, Luo Nuo didn't care about the timeline of the pirate world, but now Luo Nuo must care. It is currently the year 1483 in the Haiyuan calendar, which is 37 years away from the year 1520 when Luffy set out to sea in the original novel. 37 years is too long. I can't wait that long to avenge my parents. So Luo Noa set his sights on a time point, which was the Battle of God Valley 1 year later. This war was launched by the legendary pirate rocks to massacre the celestial dragons. The battle was extremely brutal. Although it is not stated in the original book, it is certain that the island of God Valley was wiped off the map because of this war. If Garp and the future One Piece Roger hadn't joined forces, the celestial dragons would most likely have become history. This battle is also the best opportunity for Luo Noa to take revenge. After all, the Rock's pirates are full of talented people. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Charlotte Linlin, Achiku, Silveraxe, John and other great pirates of later generations were all members of Rock's crew at this time. If Luo Noa joins the Rock's pirates, he will surely grow rapidly. You can also pick up a lot of terrifying abilities from these monsters. Therefore, Luo Noa's current goal is to join the Rock's pirates first, and then follow the Rock's pirates to participate in the God Valley War 1 year later. However, Rock's has high requirements for crew members, that is, they must have strong strength. Therefore, before Luo Noa goes to Beehive Island, the home base of the Rock's pirates, he must improve his strength to the point where he can impress the Rocks. When it was late at night, Luo Noa came to a deserted place alone, wanting to test his growth that day. Arriving in front of a granite rock about as tall as a person, Luo Noa suddenly clenched his fist and smashed it hard at the granite rock in front of him. Crash! The granite was completely unable to withstand Luo Noa's heavy blow, and instantly shattered. The tip of his fist also felt pain due to the reaction force. But none of this mattered anymore. Thinking of the tragic death of his parents, Luo Noa was filled with anger. Just now, Luo Noa mistook this piece of granite for a celestial dragon. Good, very good. The power is totally different from before. If I had such power at that time, I would have been able to avenge my parents and kill that ruthless Tianlong man right on the spot. Of course, what will greet him next is endless pursuit by the world's government and marines. Then Luo Noa tested his speed. The 100-meter dash is around 6 seconds, which is extremely fast, almost approaching the shave in the Marine 6 styles. After all, the 100-meter shaving speed is only about 4 seconds. I believe you will soon be able to comprehend shaving, one of the 6 styles of Marine. When he woke up the next day, Luo Noa went around the island again, but this time he gained less than the first day. It may be because Luo Noa's actual growth has reached the level of lieutenant colonel, and it is not so easy to obtain attributes from ordinary people. A week passed quickly. Open the system panel again. Luo Noa was delighted to find that his strength, speed, and stamina had now reached the colonel level. Now Luo Noa could no longer pick up any attributes from the island residents, and Shave also naturally understood it. Even if an ordinary colonel met Luo Noa who possessed Conqueror's domineering power and razor, he would probably be defeated in the first place. Since he couldn't grow here, Luo Noa began to prepare for going out to sea. The most important thing is to have a sailing boat. Fortunately, Luo Noa also picked up the intermediate shipbuilding technique. Although the quality of the ship he built could not compare with that of professional shipbuilders like Frankie, there was no problem in building a sailboat that could go to sea. It took 3 days to collect materials for making the sailboat, including wood, screws, canvas, thick ropes, etc. I also found tools such as hammers, sledgehammers, screwdrivers, etc. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. It took a whole day, and Luo Noa made the sailboat overnight. Looking at the sailboat, which was about the same size as the Mary in the original book, the exhausted Luo Noa felt a ripple in his heart. Celestial Dragon, here I come! After building the boat, Luo Noa spent another day packing up his parents' belongings. She made a necklace out of a family photo of herself, her parents and herself and hung it on her chest, and also carried all the Baileys in the house with her. After going to my parents' grave and saying goodbye, Luo Noa arrived at the port and boarded a sailboat that was about the same size as the Mary. This ship was also named Revenge by Luo Noa himself. It was sunset at this time. The mountains are like the sea, and the setting sun is like blood, making the sea look red, which is beautiful and sad. Standing on the deck of the Revenge, Luo Noa looked back at the island where he had lived for 10 years. Living happily with parents, playing with friends, and getting along with the island residents. As the thoughts came to his mind bit by bit, Luo Noa felt a little complicated. At this moment, Luo Noa's mind flashed with the scene where Hokage Commander was taken away by the Sound Four and said goodbye to Sakura. At that time, Sasuke did not say hello to Naruto, Kakashi and others, and quietly left when no one was paying attention. At that moment, was Sasuke's mood somewhat similar to my current mood? But soon, such emotions were replaced by hatred and anger. Without saying goodbye to anyone, Luo Noa left the village where he had lived for 10 years and resolutely stepped into the sea. Luo Noa's goal at this time is also very clear, that is to become stronger, and then do everything possible to kill the Tianlong people. No, kill them all. Let these beasts also feel the fear of being killed. As long as you can find a strong person, you can pick up good rewards. The most powerful pirate group on the ocean right now is undoubtedly the Rock's Pirates. Luo Noa remembered that Rock's target was also the Celestial Dragons, and that there were many powerful monsters in the Rock's pirate group. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Charlotte Linlin, John, Achiku, Silver Axe and others were all famous and powerful men on the sea in the future. Being around these strong people, I will definitely become stronger very quickly. Thinking of this, Luo Noa pushed the oars and headed towards the Grand Line. The ocean today is not like the era of great pirates after Roger's death, where pirates can be seen everywhere. The East China Sea is now calm and peaceful. Even if there are pirates, they are only minion-level pirates. His strength is only limited compared to that of ordinary people. These pirates are not even worthy of a bounty. After encountering 2 groups of pirates in a row, Luo Noa was unable to pick up any attributes or useful abilities from either group. He casually used Conqueror's Haki and knocked the 2 groups of pirates unconscious. After looting all the Baileys on the 2 pirate ships, Luo Noa left with satisfaction. It seems that the fresh water is running low. We need to replenish it. Back on the boat, Luo Noa discovered that he had been at sea for almost a week. The food and water are almost running out. So Luo Noa prepared to anchor at the nearest island and replenish some fresh water. Fortunately, we also robbed 2 groups of pirates during these days and accumulated a fortune. Anchored at a small island with inhabitants nearby, Luo Noa stopped the Revenge at the port and went ashore to find a place to replenish fresh water. This time, Luo Noa filled all the rooms except his bedroom with fresh water. Anyway, I'm the only one on the ship and I don't need the other rooms, so this can save time. Time is money, and Luo Noa didn't want to stop to replenish fresh water frequently, as that would be a waste of time. Hey, is this your boat? It's a really nice boat. When Luo Noa filled the last room, a strange voice suddenly came from the deck, which made Luo Noa quickly alert. The Conqueror's aura in his body also began to stir. Could it be that the pirates just now came to seek revenge? Luo Noa thought so, and at the moment of hitting the gate of opening, he was ready to strike first and release Conqueror's domineering power. But the next moment, Luo Noa was suddenly stunned, because he saw who was coming. This is the familiar straw hat, the bright smile, even though he was dressed extremely poorly and was carrying a patched package. The person in front of him really surprised Luo Noa. That's right, the person in front of him is none other than One Piece, Gold, Roger, who would later become famous, worshipped by pirates all over the world, and who single-handedly opened up the future of the Great Pirate Era. According to the timeline, Roger had indeed just gone out to sea at this time, and he was alone, without even a crew member. Are you Roger? Luo Noa asked, quickly adjusting his mindset. Huh! You know my name? Am I that famous? Roger was also excited. He didn't expect that he would be recognized. Could it be that he was very famous in the sea? By the way, what's your name? The carefree Roger didn't care why Luo Noa knew his name, and asked Luo Noa back. My name is Luo Noa. Luo No didn't expect that he would meet Roger when he stopped at an island to replenish fresh water. Looking at Roger in front of him, Luo No's eyes lit up, just like a hungry man seeing delicious food. I didn't expect to meet the future One Piece here. It may look a little silly, but this is the future of One Piece after all. If he could pick up some special abilities from Roger, it would be a huge win. Luo No was looking forward to it. So your name is Luo No? That's great! After hearing Luo No introduce himself, Roger immediately became interested. Luo No, don't you think it's fate that we meet here? Are you interested in joining me in turning this world upside down? Roger showed his signature smile, and directly invited Luo No. This line seems a little familiar. Isn't this the line that invites Rayleigh? Luo No was very surprised that Roger would invite him directly. Luo No thought he didn't have the courage to just invite any guy on the street to be his partner. What if the person you invite is an ordinary person with no talent, or someone with different aspirations? This style of behavior is similar to Luffy's. However, in the face of Roger's invitation, Luo No clearly refused. His ambition is different from Roger's. His goal is to destroy the Celestial Dragons. Roger later saved the Celestial Dragons together with Garp in the Battle of God Valley, and they are likely to become rivals in the future. How could he possibly join them? Of course, if Roger is held to the same standards as a captain, he is undoubtedly a perfect captain, 10 times better than Rocks. When facing a strong enemy, Roger is also a reliable captain who you can trust with your back. But now, Luo No's goal has been set, and it is impossible for him to accept Roger's invitation. Hey, come on, it'll be fun to be with me. Roger still didn't give up. After all, his intuition told him that Luo No was definitely a rare partner. Like Luffy, Roger was born with that weird but incredibly accurate intuition. I refuse unless. Unless what? Originally, when Roger heard the word rejection, his eyes dimmed, but now that he heard that the opportunity had come, his eyes immediately lit up. You have to show enough strength. After all, no one wants to follow a captain who is not as strong as the crew members. As Luo No spoke, he began to slowly release Conqueror's aura, and the meaning could not be more obvious. Roger now needs to prove with his strength that he is qualified to be the captain of Luo No. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. That's exactly what I want. If you're not even as strong as the crew, how can I have the nerve to invite you? Roger laughed out loud at this request. Roger is quite confident in his own abilities. He is different from Luffy. Luffy was 17 years old when he went to sea and was still a teenager. Roger was 53 years old when he died, in the year 1498 of the Hyuan calendar. It is now the year 1483 in the Hyuan calendar, and Roger is at least 35 years old. Although his strength has not reached the peak, he is currently at least at the Vice-Emperor level, and it is not impossible that he is even at the Emperor level. Come on, Luo No! Roger shouted excitedly, releasing his Conqueror's aura. Boom! Roger's Conqueror's aura was much stronger than Luo No's. As soon as it was released, the sea became turbulent. There were rolling clouds in the sky and thunder rumbled, as if extreme weather was about to arrive in an instant. Not only that, the range of Roger's Conqueror's domineering power was also quite terrifying. Everyone on the island was stunned without knowing what was happening. As expected of the future One Piece, Conqueror's domineering attitude has already reached this level just after setting sail. Luo No's eyes were full of burning passion. The stronger Roger is, the more things he can pick up. As expected, the moment Roger used Conqueror's domineering power, Luo No's system began to remind him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for picking up Conqueror's domineering. Advanced. As the system's voice fell, Luo No clearly felt that a force in his body had undergone a qualitative change. The next moment. Boom! Conqueror's aura, which was on par with Roger's, spread out from Luo No's body and collided fiercely with Roger's Conqueror's aura. Has this guy been hiding his strength? Roger was also surprised when he saw this. He possesses observation haki and can sense Luo No's strength. He should not have this level of Conqueror's haki. Can this guy still hide his strength? The two began to fight using conquerors. Snap! 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 The air flashed with black arcs that would only burst out after conquerors' collision. The waves were several times more violent than before, and there were even waves dozens of meters high. The sky was filled with lightning and thunder, as if the end of the world was about to come. The two fought each other for a while, but neither could do anything to the other, and the stalemate lasted for a few minutes. Ha ha ha, this is really funny! Seeing this, Roger also laughed excitedly. I didn't expect that Luo Nuo's conqueror's power was comparable to mine. At such a young age, he has such a strong conqueror's aura. This guy is very talented. It seems that I have to use my real ability to defeat the other party and make him willingly become my crew member. Seeing that Conqueror's power was equal to Roger's, Roger withdrew Conqueror's power. Then he drew his sword. Judging from the shape, it should be the famous sword that followed Roger in the future, Ace, one of the 12 supreme swords. Unleashing the armament Haki, the famous sword Ace immediately turned pitch black. This is the armament Haki entanglement, which can be attached to weapons to enhance destructive power. The characteristic is that the weapon will turn black. If it is nourished by the domineering aura for a long time, it will become a black knife over time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully picking up armament Haki, advanced. At the moment when Roger used his armament Haki, Luo Nuo also successfully picked up Roger's armament Haki. At this moment, a powerful force surged into Luo Nuo's body, which was the armed color domineering. High level of domineering again. Growing up so fast, it's awesome. The system divides each skill into 5 levels: elementary, intermediate, advanced, top, and god level. Advanced, although there are 2 more stages above it, top level and god level, it is also very powerful. Senior is roughly the domineering level of the highest ranking officers in the Imperial group. The top level is the 4 Emperors, an ability only possessed by Admiral level warriors. If you want to reach god level, you probably have to specialize in one thing. For example, Garb's armament Haki is definitely at the god level, and the peak red-haired conqueror's Haki should also be at the god level. Roger's 3-colored domineering aura at his peak is probably also at the god level, but now Roger has just gone to sea and definitely has not reached the peak yet. I'm getting serious, Luo Nuo, be careful! Roger also reminded him. His observation Haki could sense that Luo Nuo did not have armament Haki, and Roger was afraid that Luo Nuo might die if he was stabbed with the sword, so he spoke out to remind him. Wow! Roger wielded a big knife and slashed at Luo Nuo. Armament Haki, hardening! The next moment, Luo Nuo calmly attached the armament Haki to his arms and charged towards Roger's sword. Bang! There was a sharp sound of metal colliding at the point of contact, and the air seemed to be about to explode. The powerful force caused deep pits to appear on the ground beneath the feet of the 2 men. The air currents were so strong that even the surrounding trees were blown down, and the waves created ripples. Seeing this, Roger's heart sank again. Here we go again! Advanced armament Haki. You must be kidding. Did I misjudge my perception again? This kid is really eye-opening. After holding on for a few seconds, Luo Nuo was still knocked away by the powerful force and only stopped after hitting several big trees. Although his domineering power was comparable to Roger's, Luo Nuo's strength was only at the level of lieutenant colonel. He was no match for Roger at all, so it was natural for him to be sent flying. However, Luo Nuo didn't care about the pain in his body at all, but was quite excited. Because of the sword fight just now, I was able to pick up a lot of things from Roger. Luo Nuo even wanted to shout out, "Thank you, Teacher Roger." Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully picking up the observation Haki, advanced. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully picking up the sword technique, advanced. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully picking up 958 points of strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully picking up 425 points of speed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully picking up 698 points of physical strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully picking up the practical experience, beginner. After a brief fight, Luo Nuo directly picked up Conquerors, Armament Hockey and Observation Hockey from Roger, and all of them were high-level hockey. This strength grew so fast that even Luo Nuo couldn't believe it. As expected of the future One Piece, it has such strong strength right after going out to sea. In addition, Luo Nuo also picked up advanced swordsmanship and a large number of measurement points. Take another look at your own dashboard. Host, Luo Nuo. Age 17. Strength, 1203, Lieutenant General level. Speed, 610, Lieutenant General level. Physical strength, 921, Lieutenant General level. Hockey, Conquerors Hockey, Advanced, Armament Hockey, Advanced, Observation Hockey, Advanced. Other abilities, Swordsmanship, Advanced. Combat Experience, Beginner. Fruit ability, None. While all three measurements have reached the level of a Major General, he also possesses 3 colors of Advanced Domineering, plus Advanced Swordsmanship. Now Luo Nuo could say without hesitation that he was above the rank of Lieutenant General and below the rank of General, and at least a strong man among the senior cadres of the Imperial Corps. That is, the three-dimensional attributes may be some distance away from the senior cadres of the Imperial Group. Another point is practical experience. Don't underestimate actual combat experience. Soldiers who train in a greenhouse every day and soldiers who fight on the battlefield are two completely different creatures. Even if they have not undergone systematic training, soldiers who fight on the battlefield every day are definitely several levels stronger than the former. The Shichibukai warriors have grown up through hundreds of life-and-death battles, both large and small. But it doesn't matter, with Teacher Roger teaching me personally, I will catch up soon. Luo Nuo, how about it? Do you want to continue fighting? Roger saw Luo Nuo lying on the ground and unable to get up for a long time, and he felt that he had won. Of course, let's continue. Hearing this, Luo Nuo dusted himself off and stood up. Oh? You still have the strength? Come on. I will definitely defeat you. Roger's tone was full of praise. This guy really is the kind of person who can't give up. Now he felt more and more that Luo Nuo should become his crew member. The two sides continued to prepare for the attack. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 consecutive collisions, although Luo Nuo was repelled again, Roger's expression became more and more serious. Roger could clearly sense that Luo Nuo's attacks were getting stronger each time. Whether it's strength, speed, or domineering use. Roger could even feel that Luo Nuo used his observation hockey to predict his attacks. This guy shouldn't have observation hockey. Could it be that he is growing rapidly through this battle? Roger was shocked by his own thought. If this is true, isn't it growing too fast? Is Luo Nuo still human? After all, his observation hockey will not be wrong, as he possesses a special observation hockey that allows him to listen to the voices of all things. It is impossible for anyone to hide their strength from others. If Luo Nuo really used this battle to grow so quickly, then this guy's future is simply unimaginable. Bang, bang, bang. After several fierce collisions, Roger could clearly feel that Luo Nuo's strength was indeed getting stronger each time. He even had to use all his strength to fight Luo Nuo, so as not to be repelled by his increasingly terrifying power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for picking up practical experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host for picking up 598 points of strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for picking up 456 points of strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for picking up 98 points of speed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for picking up 55 points of physical strength. Luo Nuo was delighted at this moment. Every clash with Roger brings Luo Nuo a lot of benefits, and his measurements are growing rapidly. This guy is really growing rapidly through this battle. After fighting a few more times and clearly feeling that Luo Nuo's strength was indeed getting stronger, Roger confirmed his thoughts. In that case, I will do my best. However, even so, Roger did not stop. Instead, he tried his best to help Luo Nuo. In this way, Luo Nuo can obtain more attributes every time. Feeling the change in Roger, Luo Noa's heart was filled with admiration. This guy is intentionally helping himself grow. As expected of the future One Piece, its mind and vision are so broad. No wonder the crew of One Piece are so united, because the captain has such a strong personal charm. Bang bang bang. The two men continued to fight like this, and they didn't stop until dark and dawn. Okay, I'm tired, that's all. Suddenly Roger stopped and didn't want to fight anymore. Because he felt that Luo Noa seemed to have reached a bottleneck, and there was no point in fighting any further. Hey, say something before you stop. A battle between masters that was originally balanced can easily get out of control if one side suddenly loses balance. Seeing Roger suddenly stop, Luo Noa had to immediately retract all the domineering aura he had just released. It feels like there is a mouthful of phlegm stuck in my chest. If he hadn't done that, Roger would have been seriously injured by the blow just now. Ha ha ha, I knew you would do this. Roger couldn't help laughing as he watched Luo Noa bleed. Ha, you still have the nerve to laugh. If you hadn't stopped suddenly, I wouldn't have been hurt. Luo Noa wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and couldn't help rolling his eyes at Roger. This guy's style of doing things is really selfish. But Luo Noa was still grateful to Roger. Without Roger's generous teaching, I would not have grown so fast. Now Luo Noa's strength has made a qualitative leap, and he has become a genuine senior cadre of the Imperial Group. Currently, Luo Noa can no longer pick up any attributes from Roger. It can be said that Roger has been drained by himself. A cage can't hold an ambitious bird. With your ability, you can create a world for yourself. After the battle, Roger gave up recruiting Luo Noa. It took only one battle to grow to this point. This guy has such a monstrous talent that even I can't suppress him. Roger's talent is actually top-notch, but compared to Luo Noa, he seems mediocre. What's more, Luo Noa is still so young, his future may be brighter than he imagined. Such people should not be inferior to themselves. Have you finally seen the reality? Luo Noa breathed a sigh of relief. It's not easy to get someone like Roger to give up his persistence. He was really afraid that Roger would insist on recruiting him, and he would not be able to resist his personal charm and get on board. Ha ha ha, after all the hard work in the battle, it's time to drink some good wine. The next second, Roger found some wine from somewhere and lay on the deck, drinking it leisurely. You guy, when did you take it out? Luo Noa soon discovered that Roger had taken the wine from his own ship. After learning advanced winemaking techniques on the island, Luo Noa made a lot of wine and stored it in the warehouse. When did this guy find out? Is this the wine you brewed? You have a great craftsmanship. Gulp, gulp, and soon Roger drank up the whole jar of wine. But in the blink of an eye, Roger disappeared and reappeared, with more than a dozen jars of wine in front of him. It's boring to drink alone, let's drink together. The next second Roger threw a jar of wine to Luo Noa. Hey, I didn't brew that much. Luo Noa felt a little painful. This amount of wine will last until I join the Rocks Pirates. Ha ha ha, don't worry about it. I'm exhausted from the battle just now. Cheers! Roger didn't care about that and started drinking with Luo Noa. Cheers! Cheers! Why are you keeping that little bit of wine at the bottom of the glass? Are you using it to feed the fish? Come again, whoever falls first will be the grandson. You can't possibly beat me in drinking. You will lose to me. On the deck of the Revenge, the excited voices of two people could be heard from time to time. Just like this, one jar after another, time goes from day to night, and from night to day. Another day and night passed, and Luo Noa's inventory was about to run out. You're not drunk yet? Are you really only 17 years old? Roger's cheeks flushed slightly, and he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration as he looked at Luo Noa, who was still sober. When I was 17, I didn't drink at all. How could this guy stay sober after drinking for a whole day? It's fine that his fighting talent is so outrageous, but his drinking talent is also so outrageous? Plus, Luo Noa has a pretty good winemaking skill. It's a shame this guy doesn't get on his ship. Roger couldn't help beating his chest and stamping his feet. I won't get drunk even if you do it again. Luo No picked up the jar of wine in front of him and drank it all in one gulp. The system can pick up everything, and the alcohol tolerance can naturally be picked up as well. This is also the reason why Luo No could drink with Roger all day and night. Otherwise, given Luo No's alcohol tolerance, he would probably sleep for 3 days and 3 nights after drinking a jar of alcohol. Just keep bragging. Roger felt that Luo No was too good at bragging and he was far inferior to him in this aspect. Haha, don't believe it. I'll let you see it some other day. Luo No took a bite of the roast chicken first, then picked up a jar of wine and drank it all. Damn it, it's going to be drunk up. Seeing that there was not much wine left, Roger threw away the chicken leg in his hand and started drinking madly, one jar in his left hand and the other in his right hand. You actually plotted against me. You're such a jerk. Luo No was not willing to be outdone, and started drinking wildly with both hands. After all, this is a matter of a man's dignity, and he must never admit defeat. Gulp gulp, gurgling gulp. The two of them drank hundreds of jars of wine in an instant as if they were drinking plain water. Ha ha ha, what a great time! The sea is so beautiful! As the stock was completely used up, the two men fell drunkenly on the deck, snoring with smiles on their faces. How long have I slept? As the snot bubble burst, Roger woke up. 3 days. Luo No answered as he was standing in the control room, steering the ship. Where are we going? Roger asked subconsciously when he realized that the boat had already started moving. Haha, an interesting place, definitely to your liking. A smile appeared on Luo No's lips. Oh? Hearing this, Roger became interested. He stood up and activated his observation hockey to investigate. Not far away, there were many ships, including marine warships, world government frigates, and a giant transport ship. On the transport ship were huge quantities of gold, silver, jewelry, and Bailey. It was obvious what Luo No was referring to as interesting. Gold from the sky? Yes, isn't it interesting? Luo No nodded. My strength has just grown tremendously when I encountered the Sky Gold Fleet. Isn't this a coincidence? After possessing the observation hockey, Luo No sensed the surrounding environment. Then he discovered something interesting. The world government was collecting gold from the sky. This is something that every member country of the world government will contribute, which is equivalent to tax. All of this money will be used to provide food, clothing, and entertainment for the celestial dragons. If the country pays the heavenly gold, the world government will protect it from being invaded by others. But if the country does not pay, then the life and death of this country has nothing to do with the world government. However, the amount of gold in the sky is so huge that even an entire country would find it difficult to collect it. Over time, some countries imposed heavy taxes and levies, and ordinary people could not survive, so they went out to sea and became pirates. Some poor countries may even go bankrupt because of this, and the Marine will not care if their people are bullied by pirates, making life miserable. In the original work, Roger's last words certainly contributed to the opening of the Great Pirate Era. However, most of the countries made by Tian Shenzhen went bankrupt, and a considerable number of people who could not survive went to sea and became pirates, which was also the choice of the times. Ha ha, gold in the sky, this is so interesting, let's start the adventure quickly. Roger opened his mouth wide, revealed an excited smile, and said loudly. Although Roger would not rob after becoming a pirate, it would be an exception if the target was the celestial dragons. I wonder if there are any celestial dragons this time. Luo No guessed, and when he thought of the celestial dragons, he clenched his fists unconsciously and increased the speed of the ship. Soon, the world government's fleet of gold transport ships appeared before them. Report, we found a sailboat ahead, but it doesn't have a pirate flag. I don't know what it is for. At the same time, the fleet responsible for transporting the sky gold also discovered the figures of Luo No and Roger. A Marine quickly reported the news to Hank, the Vice Admiral of the East China Sea Branch. Lieutenant General of the branch, and also the highest leader of Marine in the East China Sea. Sink them. Before Hank could give any instructions, several tall men wearing masks suddenly appeared beside him, and one of them, who was obviously the leader, spoke calmly. Judging from the way these people are dressed, they are undoubtedly affiliated with the spy organization managed by the Celestial Dragons, CP0. CP0, known as the strongest shield of the Celestial Dragons, some of their members even have the strength of a general emperor. But the other ship doesn't have a pirate flag flying on it. What if it's a merchant ship or there are civilians on board? Hank looked embarrassed. As a Marine, he still had justice in his heart. Lieutenant General Hank, this is Tianshang's transport fleet. Anyone who appears nearby will be punished by death. The voice behind the mask was extremely indifferent, as if it was talking about an insignificant matter. But Hank looked embarrassed. Sky gold is what God values most. If it is lost, can a mere lieutenant general like you bear the responsibility? CP0's voice became increasingly cold. Before Hank could continue speaking, something unexpected happened to everyone. Finger gun Huanglian! CP0 launched the finger gun unexpectedly. Swish! The finger gun directly pierced Hank's left shoulder, and blood immediately flowed out like a column. Ah! Hank fell to the ground, holding his left shoulder, in great pain. Lieutenant General Hank! The Marines around were stunned by this scene. This is Lieutenant General Marine, the highest commander in the East China Sea. Jew, he actually took action directly. CP0 is too arrogant. This shows that they don't take Marines seriously at all. Damn it! You, CP0, are just a spy agency directly under the Celestial Dragons. Why did you attack Vice Admiral Hank? That's right, we are Marines, and you CP0 have no right to control us. You guys, aren't you afraid of Marines' revenge? Some young Marines who had just joined the group and were full of a sense of justice could not stand it anymore, and started to blame CP0. The old soldier on the side wanted to hold them back, but it was too late. Interesting. Do you want to rebel? The leading CP0 snorted coldly, and the next moment. Finger gun, 10-finger gun! Lan Jiao Zhou Duan! 6 styles, Lotus! Several CP0 members attacked Marine who had just spoken without any scruples. How could these Marine recruits be a match for CP0? For a while, there was an endless stream of wailing. In less than a minute, all the dozen young Marines who had spoken out had turned into corpses. Plop, plop. Soon the bodies were thrown into the sea. Looking at this horrifying scene, the remaining Marines dared not even breathe. These CP0's methods are really horrible. Even if they are Marines from the same faction, they will be killed without mercy. Is this the strongest shield of the Celestial Dragons? At this time, the atmosphere in the transport fleet had become tense. The remaining Marines dared not make a sound. Some timid Marines even closed their eyes in fear, fearing that CP0 would turn its spearhead against them. This is what happens when you disobey orders. Remember this, you Marines are just the outer face of the world government. God is the master who rules this world. Looking at the remaining frightened Marine soldiers, CP0's tone was full of contempt. What we need is a loyal Marine. Immediately notify the Marine headquarters that Vice Admiral Hank has disobeyed military orders and will be taken to the Deep Sea Great Prison from today. Have the Marine Fleet Admiral dispatch a Lieutenant General to serve as the commander of the East China Sea Branch. If the Marine has any complaints, have them come to me in Marihoa. The CP0 leader said slowly, his tone full of disdain for Marine. In his opinion, Marine is the dog of the Celestial Dragons, and it would be better for him to be close to the Celestial Dragons than to be a dog. After all, he was a direct descendant of the family, and his status was much higher than that of Marine's group of dogs. Over a disagreement, he replaced the branch's Marine Admiral and imprisoned Admiral Hank in the Great Prison in the Deep Sea. The remaining Marines were stunned by CP0's overwhelming power. Can Marine really represent justice? Or is this all just appearance? Marine is actually just a lackey of the world government? Many Marines began to have doubts in their hearts. One of the young Marines gritted his teeth, feeling that his worldview had collapsed. At this time, CP0 turned to the Marine beside him and said, "What are you standing there for? Sink that ship? I don't want to repeat it a second time." "Yes, yes." After the previous scene, the Marines present knew that CP0 was not someone they could afford to offend, so they quickly organized themselves. 4 or 5 warships quickly pointed their guns at the Revenge. "Everyone listen. Aim! Shooting!" Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of cannons fired, all aimed at the Revenge. If all of these dozen shells hit the target, the Revenge would definitely be reduced to ashes. "CP0 actually attacked Marine, aren't they, partners?" Roger said in surprise as he looked at the flying shells. "Haha, isn't this the consistent style of the world government?" Luo Nuo said sarcastically. Luo Nuo and Roger had already noticed everything that happened just now with their observation hockey. They attacked the Marine Vice Admiral and slaughtered the Marine recruits wantonly. The style of these lackeys of the Celestial Dragons is no different from that of the Celestial Dragons. Sure enough, like owner, like dog. CP0, what a bunch of cold-blooded bastards. Although the Marine and himself are on 2 different sides, Roger simply thinks that anyone who attacks his companions is a jerk. As they were talking, the shells had already exploded in front of the 2 of them. Buzz! An invisible force spread out with Luo Nuo as the center, pushing all the cannons away for dozens of meters before detonating them. "Damn it, you got there first!" Roger regretted being so slow. "Shave!" Without answering Roger, Luo Nuo's figure disappeared on the deck of the Revenge. Report, the artillery, the shells, did not hit the target." At the same time, on the transport fleet, a Marine stuttered as he reported to CP0. "You are a bunch of idiots. You can't even hit a ship? Keep shooting." CP0's expression could not be seen clearly under the mask, but one could clearly hear from his tone that he was teasing Marine. "Yes." The Marines loaded the shells into the trajectory with trembling hands, but the expected gunfire did not sound. "What are these useless Marines doing? Can't they even fire a cannon?" The CP0 people are a little angry. "No. That's not right." The next moment, another CP0 noticed that something seemed to be wrong. What is going on? Who is it? What time is it?" Soon, several CP0s present reacted and were stunned. At some point, the deck of the huge transport fleet was filled with Marines and some accompanying crew members. All these people's eyes turned white, foam came out of their mouths, and they fainted. "You did it silently right under my nose. Is that Conqueror's domineering?" The leading CP0 felt a chill on the back of his neck. "In this East China Sea, there is actually someone with Conqueror's domineering power?" The other CP0s also felt the pressure. They also know that Conqueror's domineering power is powerful. People who possess this kind of domineering power are born with the qualifications of a king. Don't joke, this is gold from the sky. If it is hijacked, the lives of these people may be in danger. They would be lucky if they could die quickly, but the scary thing was that as members of CP0, they knew very well how the Celestial Dragons tortured their colleagues who failed to perform their duties. It is no exaggeration to describe it as hell on earth. However, these people were CP0 after all, and as soon as they learned that they were attacked by the enemy, they immediately took up a fighting stance. The 4 people stood back to prevent sneak attacks while also constantly observing the figures of the intruders. There! Soon CP0 spotted a figure standing on the deck. The main thing is that now that everyone has fallen, the only person standing stands out. It's actually a little devil." After seeing who was coming, the 4 CP0s were also stunned. After all, Luo Nuo is only 16 or 17 years old now, and his stature is not as tall as giants or special races, only about 1.9 meters. Has this little devil already awakened Conqueror's domineering? "You lackeys of the Celestial Dragons, tell me now where the Celestial Dragons of the East China Sea are, and I will consider sparing your lives." Luo Nuo asked with red eyes, looking like a completely different person than usual. When he saw CP0, Luo Nuo thought of the death of his parents, and anger rushed to his head uncontrollably. The Tianlong people who killed his parents would not run too far even if they left the East China Sea. Luo Nu. At the same time, Roger, who was on his way, also noticed Luo Nuo's changes. This guy, how come he has become a different person? Does he have any grudge against these CP0s? Untouchable! Are you worthy enough to ask about the whereabouts of God? Kneel down and surrender, and then go to the Holy Land to be a slave for a few years, and you will be able to wash away your sins. Hearing Luo Nuo calling him a celestial dragon, the leader of CP0 spoke angrily, and raised his hand to shoot at Luo Nuo with a finger gun. Untouchables! These two words pierced Luo Nuo, and instantly transformed him into a wild beast. Shave! In a flash, he appeared in front of the man. Armament Haki, entanglement! He wrapped the advanced armament Haki around his arms and smashed hard at the leader of CP0. Iron steel! The person being targeted immediately activated the iron block. Go to hell! Pour all your strength and dominance into your arms without reservation. Boom! The next moment, the leader of CP0 was knocked flying, his entire chest was dented, and the sound of broken bones could be clearly heard. Feeling the excruciating pain of his internal organs constantly shifting inside his body, the CP0 that was knocked away spat out a large mouthful of blood and died on the spot. Seeing this scene, the other three people just felt their scalps tingling. Carter was actually killed instantly. Seeing the death of their colleague, the other three CP0s felt their heads buzzing. The man just now was the strongest among the four of them, at least at the level of a lieutenant general. He was killed instantly like this. In fact, after Roger's guidance, Luo Nuo now possesses the same power as Roger, and a full-strength attack with high-level armament Haki cannot be blocked without Shichibukai level strength. Unless they are at the level of Garp or Crane, the rest of the lieutenant generals, even the elite lieutenant generals of the Marine headquarters, are still far from the level of Shichibukai. Why does the weakest East China Sea have such a strong guy? Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. And judging from the opponent's momentum, they are obviously coming for the celestial dragons. At such a young age, he has the ability to kill a vice admiral with one punch, and he is specifically targeting the celestial dragons. This news must be reported to Marihoa. What about you? Do you want to end up like him? Or tell me where the celestial dragons are now? Luo Nuo spoke word by word, his tone full of threats. Haha, you untouchable, forget it. Although the three CP0s were afraid, they could not expose the whereabouts of the celestial dragons. These CP0s have been orphans since childhood. After being selected by the world government, they are brainwashed every day and are ruthless to the celestial dragons. Even if the celestial dragons asked them to commit suicide, these people would immediately commit suicide on the spot, and would never betray the celestial dragons. In fact, such a dog can be called a loyal dog. Then go to hell! Luo Nuo snorted coldly, and launched an attack towards CP0. Run separately, don't let him catch us all in one fell swoop! Moonwalk! These three people are very aware of their own strength. They are only at the level of Brigadier General, or Major General. The reason why he acts so arrogantly in front of Marine is just because of his status as CP0. If we really fight a monster like Luo Nuo who can kill a vice admiral with one punch, we will be wiped out in a few minutes. Want to run? Luo Nuo raised his eyebrows, used his observation Haki to see through the escape route of one of the CP0s, and blocked him. Finger gun, cut off! The CP0 was not a lamb to be slaughtered, and he launched an attack the moment Luo Nuo approached. CP0, who was targeted by Luo Nuo, suddenly screamed in agony. It was inhumane. The finger gun hit Luo Nuo's arm covered with armament Haki. Luo Nuo exerted a little more force and CP0's fingers were broken. The fingers are connected to the heart. This kind of severe pain is no joke. Die! Luo Nuo punched through the chest, and the CP0 died on the spot. However, the other two CP0s took this opportunity to distance themselves. Damn it, we're really late. Are there only two of us left? Watch out! At the same time, Roger finally arrived and slashed one of the escaping CP0s in the face with a knife. CP0 had no idea that Luo Nua had accomplices, and was instantly killed by Roger. There is an accomplice! The only surviving CP0 immediately fled for his life, with no choice but to flee. Moonwalk! Luo Nua will not let anyone go. Since there are no celestial dragons this time, he can only kill their dogs to vent his anger. Moonwalk was just picked up by the system. In addition to Moonwalk, Luo Nua also picked up 2 Marine 6 styles, finger gun and iron block. Luo Nua, let me help you! Roger also helped Luo Nua start chasing the remaining CP0. Don't kill him, just catch him, Luo Nua said to Roger, and now Luo Nua suddenly felt that he could not kill this man. Since this person is a member of CP0, he can definitely contact the celestial dragons. Killing him will cut off the clues. Okay, I understand. Roger nodded, and the 2 men, one on the left and one on the right, quickly captured the only living CP0. Give up, untouchables! I won't tell you the whereabouts of the celestial dragons! The captured CP0 knew that he could not escape death, and said firmly, not forgetting to spit at the 2 men. Luo Nua was not surprised by CP0's reaction. These people's brains have long been abnormal. Without paying any attention to him, Luo Nua began to search CP0's body. Soon, Luo Nua found what he wanted, a specially made Den Den Mushi. From the logo on the Den Den Mushi, you can tell that this is a special Den Den Mushi, which should be the Den Den Mushi used by CP0 members to communicate with each other. Using this Den Den Mushi, we should be able to contact CP0 who is escorting the celestial dragons. However, Luo Nua found that he could not activate the Den Den Mushi. Ha ha ha, this is our special Den Den Mushi. It can't be activated without a special codeword. CP0 laughed very proudly. As an intelligence organization, this anti-reconnaissance method is a piece of cake. Luo Nua, do you have any hatred against the celestial dragons or CP0? At this moment, Roger on the side suddenly looked at Luo Nua and asked. After all, Roger had felt Luo Nua's anger on his way here just now. When the celestial dragon Luo Nua is mentioned, his emotions explode, as if he has become a different person. Hearing this, Luo Nua did not answer. Because he didn't want to answer. This was the deepest pain and secret in his heart, and Luo Nua didn't want to mention it to anyone. Okay, that's okay, I'll help you. Although Luo Nua didn't answer, Roger didn't care. How could the sensitive Roger not notice the change in Luo Nua's mood? This guy's observation hockey can listen to the voices of all things. Although I can't listen to people's inner voices directly, my intuition is dozens of times more accurate than that of ordinary people. Roger felt that there must be a deep past between Luo Nua and the celestial dragons. Although they did not become partners, Roger already regarded Luo Nua as a friend in his heart. When a friend is in need, that is when he should display his skills. Then, Roger leaned over to the CP0, put his ear close to the other person, and pretended to listen. This is? Seeing Roger's behavior, Luo Nua was also stunned. This seems to be Roger's special observation hockey, listening to the voices of all things. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully picking up the god-level observation hockey, listen to the voice of all things. The moment Roger used his domineering power, a pleasant sound came from the system. Picked it up. Listen to the voice of all things. This is the ability of god-level observation hockey. Like Katakuri's prediction of the future and Red Count's insight into people's hearts, they are all special observation hockey. Being able to communicate with everything is an extremely rare ability. It can even be said that listening to the voices of all things is much more advanced than predicting the future and prying into people's hearts. After all, this is an ability that only the protagonist has. Luffy and Roger both have this ability. Of course, more importantly, maybe I can get some information about the celestial dragons from CP0 and avenge my parents. Don't try to get any secrets from me. You guys, just wait for the endless pursuit by the world government and marine headquarters. At this moment, CP0 seemed to have realized something, and he bit his tongue and committed suicide. This guy! Stop him! Roger and Luo Noa wanted to stop it, but it was too late. CP0 had already died. I didn't expect this scumbag to be so loyal. Didn't Roger expect CP0 to be so loyal to the celestial dragons? He actually committed suicide. I really don't know how the world government brainwashed these CP0s. He is just afraid that if he exposes the whereabouts of the celestial dragons, he will suffer a fate worse than death. Luo Noa disagreed. CP0 is at best the house dog of the celestial dragons. If these house dogs fail in their missions, they will surely be subjected to hellish torture by their masters. In the original work, Fuzzy Fu, a senior officer of the Beast Pirates, and one of the Flying Six, is a former member of CP0. After failing to deliver the rubber fruit, he was thrown into the deep-sea Great Prison and finally surrendered to Kaido. It can be seen that even if he did not kill these CP0s, they would definitely commit suicide, which is better than falling into the hands of the celestial dragons. Ha ha, the battle is over. Let's go and see what interesting things Tian Shangjin has. Seeing that the obstacle had been resolved, Roger put his arm around Luo Noa's shoulder and led him into the cabin. The observation hockey showed that all the gold in the sky was placed in the cabin. Luo Noa is also looking forward to this. In addition to gold and silver treasures, will Tian Shangjin have powerful devil fruits or other treasures? You have to know that Roger did not eat the devil fruit. It can be said that he has no interest in the devil fruit at all. If I find a devil fruit, it will definitely belong to me. Will there be any rare wines? I'm really looking forward to it. Roger's words almost made Luo Noa fall to the ground. What's going on in your head? Luo Noa was speechless. As long as one had enough money, one could buy as much fine wine as one wanted. Besides, the celestial dragons would never be short of fine wine. It seems that most people can't keep up with One Piece's train of thought. Stop, stop! Just then, a young voice sounded, trembling. Oh? Is there anyone still awake? Roger and Luo Noa were quite surprised to hear this, and then looked at the source of the sound at the same time. It was a young Marine, obviously a new recruit, who was the first to wake up. You know, my Conqueror's is at least high level. He can wake up so quickly. This guy is very determined. Could it be that Marine, who is so talented, will be one of the three future heroes, Chicken, Dog, and Monkey? No, at this time these three people have not joined the Marine yet. Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr? That's not right. These three people are already famous now. They are all lieutenant generals of the Marine headquarters and are also candidates for the three generals. Moreover, Luo Noa always felt as if he had seen this face somewhere before, but he couldn't put his finger on it. I have seen everything you have done, and I will never allow you to take away the gold from the sky. I am a Marine who represents justice, the young Marine said in a somewhat immature tone, picking up a recruit's short sword and pointing it at the two of them. Justice? The dogs of the celestial dragons can ride on your heads, is this justice? Luo Noa sneered. This is only temporary. When I grow up, I will definitely be able to change the current situation of Marine. The young Marine answered firmly. You want to change the Marine? That's pretty arrogant. Luo Noa became interested in the young man in front of him. If you don't pursue your dreams when you are young, you will live your life in vain. He is determined to change Marine. This is really a big statement. A man with such ambition will never be a mediocre person. But the person in front of me couldn't be Chicken, Dog, Monkey, nor could he be Garp, Sengoku, or Zephyr. Who could it be? Could it be Fujitora? Looking at this middle school student vibe, it can't be Fujitora. However, there are a few people whose middle school student vibe is very similar to the young man in front of me. But one is Luffy and the other is Roger, both are impossible. Luo Noa tried hard to recall at this moment, wondering if he had missed the plot in the original book. How could he not have heard of such a Marine? Boom! Just as Luo Noa was thinking, the next moment, a powerful aura suddenly burst out from the young Marine. The invisible shock wave spread out in an instant, and the sky and earth seemed to change color. Conqueror's dominance, no doubt. However, this conqueror's domineering is still in the early stages. Conquerors of this level are easy to resist for both Roger and Luo Nuo. Conqueror's dominance? Young Marine, tell me your name! After using his own conquerors to deflect the opponent's conquerors, Luo Nuo's eyes showed even more intense interest. There aren't many guys in the Marine who have conquerors' domineering power. As far as Luo Nuo could remember, that thing seemed to exist only during the Warring States period. But the young man in front of him was obviously not Zhangguo, and there seemed to be no corresponding guy in the original work. Who is this Marine? My name is Monkey D. Dragon, and I swear to use the sword of justice in my heart to eliminate all injustice in the world. The young man answered with a strong voice. Dragon? After hearing the name, Luo Nuo was stunned. It's actually a dragon! The future famous leader of the Revolutionary Army, and the most vicious criminal in the world. No wonder there is such a middle school vibe, he is Luffy's biological father after all. I never thought that Long had been a Marine? Interesting, really interesting. From being a Marine to becoming the leader of the Revolutionary Army in one fell swoop, it seems that Long will face a big blow in the future. Ha ha ha, Monkey D. Dragon, I've got it. I'm waiting for the day when you change Marine. Hearing this, Roger laughed out loud. The two of them will attract each other. I remember your name, Long. My name is Luo Nuo. If you are disappointed with Marine in the future, remember to come find me. Luo Nuo spoke to the dragon. Although it is not known what happened to Long that caused him to transform from a Marine to the leader of a revolutionary army that attempts to overthrow the world government. But there is no doubt that my goal and Long's are the same. If I can get the help of a dragon in the future, I will be one step closer to my goal. After all, the revolutionary army in the future will be a considerable force, even not weaker than the four emperors. Although the leader dragon's strength has not yet been revealed, he is undoubtedly a powerful emperor. If you plant a seed of the soul in such a strong man when he is young, you will definitely get a forest in return in the future. Don't dream, Luo Nuo, I'm a Marine and there's no way I'll join the pirates. Long's face was unusually resolute, and it seemed that he had just joined the Marine and had never been beaten before. Ha ha ha, okay, then you give it a try if you can change Marine. Luo Nuo laughed loudly when he heard this. If Dragon could really change Marine, then what would be the point of the comic One Piece? Damn it, stop looking down on me. Long felt insulted, picked up the recruit's short sword and rushed towards Luo Nuo, as if he wanted to prove that he was not just boasting. Buzz! There was no need to do anything, as Conqueror's domineering aura was enough to knock the dragon unconscious again. There are some good talents among the Marines. They will definitely become rivals in the future. Roger smiled as he looked at the fallen dragon. Maybe. Luo Nuo said as if talking to himself. I wonder if this guy Long will change his position before the battle in God Valley. After dealing with the dragon, the two continued to walk into the cabin. When the cabin door was opened, a vast amount of gold and jewelry immediately came into view, almost blinding their eyes. Wow! It's worthy of being called gold from heaven. I'm afraid this gold can be exchanged for hundreds of millions of Baileys. Roger was excited. At least tens of billions of Baileys. Luo Nuo didn't know how much money this gold could be exchanged for, but it was definitely more than a few 100 million Baileys. With so much gold, silver and treasures, he could completely quit being a pirate and return to his hometown, and still not be able to spend it all in several lifetimes. Ha ha ha, then let's go buy some wine. Roger was lying in a pile of gold at this time, looking like he was enjoying it very much. Are there any rooms inside? At the same time, Luo Nuo discovered that there seemed to be another room inside. Could there be gold? The gate of opening was pushed open with a bang. The room was dark and damp, and there was a bad smell in the air. In the middle of the room was an iron cage filled with people, and the unpleasant smell came from here. It seems that this is the room where slaves are kept. They are all ordinary people, including some beautiful women. Seeing Luo Nuo come in, the slaves were very quiet, but everyone's eyes were filled with fear and they stepped back subconsciously. They think Luo Nuo is a member of the world government. Just seeing it is enough to scare people so much. One can imagine the inhumane abuse they suffer on a daily basis. Looking at so many innocent people and the fear on their faces, this is all the sin of the Tianlong people. You are free. Luo Nuo pulled open the lock of the iron cage. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief, and they couldn't believe it for a while. It was not until Luo Nuo walked straight into the next room that everyone came to their senses. We are free. Free. The slaves rushed out in a swarm like headless flies. Some of them ran out and then turned back, came to Luo Nuo and thanked him. The next room is still for slaves, but it is bigger. Because the slaves here are obviously not ordinary people, but some special races. There are the long-armed tribe, the long-legged tribe, the mermaids, the snake-headed tribe, and even Luo Nuo saw the fur tribe. But this is not surprising. Luo Nuo even saw a group of ghosts with ghost horns. I have to say that the celestial dragons have a wide range of options. These races are very rare, but the celestial dragons catch them one by one. The reactions of these races when they saw Luo Nuo were the same as those of the slaves before them, disgust mixed with fear, and some mermaids even showed despair. After all, mermaids have very outstanding looks, and some beautiful human women are not as pretty as mermaids. It seems that their daily experiences are more miserable than those of ordinary human slaves. Let's go, you are free. Bang! The huge iron cage was opened with a punch. Like the humans before them, these people of different races could not believe what they saw before them. Really? A brave fur tribe member walked out of the cage cautiously, and when he found that Luo Nuo did not move, he ran out quickly. A minute later, the fur tribe came back again, looking extremely excited. It turns out to be true. The Marines and the people from the world government outside have fainted. Quick, get out of here! The fur tribe waved their hands, and these people of different races were all extremely surprised, and then left quickly. In the chaos, suddenly, a fishman with red skin came in front of Luo Nuo and knelt down in front of him. May I ask your name, benefactor? The red fishman asked respectfully. Hearing these words, the slaves who were originally running away stopped. They also want to know the name of the benefactor who saved them. Luo Nuo. Luo Nuo said his name, while carefully observing the red fishman in front of him. This guy looks familiar. I seem to have seen him somewhere. This red skin, if I remember correctly, seems to be the future fishman hero Fisher Tiger. But Tiger is only in his 20s now, which is very different from the original book. If it weren't for the eye-catching red skin, Luo Nuo would not have recognized him at all. Tiger will never forget your great kindness. Tiger kowtowed solemnly to Luo Nuo several times, then left with his fellow tribesmen. If it weren't for the Luo Nuoan people, I and those fishmen would have been sent to the Holy Land. I don't know how cruelly we would have been tortured. Luo Nuo. Slaves of other races were also repeating Luo Nuo's name, remembering the name of their benefactor. Some people followed Tiger's example and knocked a few balls on Luo Nuo. I didn't expect that Tiger would be caught so early. Luo Nuo also didn't expect to meet the future fishman hero Fisher Tiger here. Although Tiger is not very powerful, his influence among mermaids is huge, comparable to that of Princess Odoheim. Tiger's influence is not limited to mermaids, but also has a huge influence on those who have been slaves of the celestial dragons. After all, Tiger is known as Hero Tiger. After releasing the group of slaves, Luo Nuo continued to walk towards the deepest room. I have to say that the cabin is indeed large enough. I wonder how much money it would cost to build such a giant sailboat. After opening the hatch, Luo Nuo suddenly discovered that the things in the deepest room were what he was most interested in. The room is gorgeously decorated and elegant. In the middle of the room, there were several glass display cases, and inside these glass display cases were all devil fruits. Under the light, the devil fruit glows and looks extremely beautiful. In addition to the devil fruits, there are many other treasures on display in the room. All kinds of famous swords and weapons seemed to be transported to the Holy Land to be supplied to the celestial dragons. But now it is impossible for them to reach the hands of the celestial dragons, and they will all fall into the hands of Luo Nuo. After packing all the things in the room into the system space, Luo Nuo left with satisfaction. The slaves in the 2 rooms outside had already left, and only Roger was still lying on the gold, looking very happy. Let's start dividing the profits. Luo Nuo took out the devil fruit he had just obtained, as well as swords, guns and cannons, and placed them in front of Roger. Oh, where did you find so many good things? Roger looked at the dazzling treasures in front of him with great curiosity. I just disappeared for a while, and it seems you didn't know. Luo Nuo frowned. This guy is too nervous. Isn't this a devil fruit? There are so many good treasures. Roger jumped down from the gold and stood in front of the treasure to admire it carefully, like a mountain artillery who had just entered the city. If he had not read the original novel, it would be hard for Luo Nuo to believe that such a guy would become the One Piece admired by everyone in the future. To make it fair, let's divide the gold, treasures, devil fruits, swords and so on equally. You choose first. Luo Nuo said. After all, Roger is the teacher who taught him the 3-color domineering. Letting him choose first can be considered a way of repaying him. Forget it, I'm not interested in devil fruits. As for the sword, I already have one, so these are all yours. Roger simply waved his hand and refused. He was really not interested in the devil fruit. Although he is interested in knives, Roger feels that his current knife is quite comfortable to use and does not need to be changed. Are you sure? This is the flame fruit, from Logia. Luo Nuo picked up a familiar fruit in front of him and said to Roger. Although he had never seen the devil fruit encyclopedia, Luo Nuo had read the original work and knew what the flame fruit looked like. There is a devil fruit in front of you, which is the Logia flame fruit. Another name, even dogs won't eat it. After all, other fruits can also burst out flames, such as the animal-type mythical beast species, whose upper limit is higher than that of the flame fruit. Even the sword of Jin Huang, the G-Men guard, can emit flames. What else can be said? Oh, so it's Logia's devil fruit, what's its use? Roger had a head full of question marks. It seemed that he didn't know what Logia was at all. Well, since you don't need them, they'll all belong to me. To be fair, I only need to take 1/10 of the treasure. Luo Nuo was too lazy to explain to Roger what the Logia devil fruit was. Besides, the future One Piece wouldn't want a Logia fruit. Roger became the man of One Piece purely by relying on his domineering and physical skills. As for the knife, he didn't even need it, because what Roger had in his hand was Ace, one of the only 12 supreme swords in the future. Ha ha ha, that's what you said. I made money, I made money. Roger danced with joy. After all, with so much money you can buy a lot of good wine. Actually, Luo Nuo didn't lose out. Although even dogs wouldn't eat the flame fruit, it would be worth at least 500 million berries if sold on the black market. After all, the lower limit of the Logia fruit is guaranteed. When encountering an opponent who can't be domineering, Logia is invincible. There are also a few miscellaneous devil fruits, each worth at least 100 million, so it can be considered an equal share with Roger. All the treasures were moved to the Revenge and filled up to the brim. It is very likely that what we have robbed this time is most of the Tianshangjian of the East China Sea country. Looking at the treasure that was almost piled up into a small mountain, Roger sighed again. The harvest was so abundant that it was enough for him to buy a nice pirate ship and stock up on a lot of fine wine. Those celestial dragons in Mary Joa should be feeling the pain now. Luo Nuo said calmly as he looked into the distance. When someone gains, someone loses. The Tianlong people in the world government would be furious if they lost so much heavenly gold at once. Thinking of the painful expression on the pig face of the celestial dragon, Luo Nuo felt a surge of pleasure in his heart. I really want to see with my own eyes how angry those beastly Tianlong people are. After this, we should be famous all over the world. Roger leaned against the deck, looked into the distance, raised his arms and shouted. After all, this was a robbery of gold from heaven, and so many slaves were let go and so many treasures were taken away. It was definitely a major event that could shock the world's government and marine. Maybe you can see the reward money in a couple of days. Luo Noa is also looking forward to it. I don't know how much reward I will get after this incident. Although the bounty cannot represent strength, it can explain some problems. The higher the bounty, the more attention you will receive when you join the Rocks Pirates in the future. I'm sleepy. I need to take a rest. Then Luo Noa found an excuse to go back to the room and check the spoils. The first thing is to choose a knife. From a large number of precious swords, I choose the one that looks the most suitable. Now that I have mastered advanced swordsmanship, choosing a handy knife can also improve my strength. The famous sword Kotetsu is actually one of the 21 great swords. Looking at the name on the blade, Luo Noa was a little surprised. I didn't expect to get the 21 great sword here. Although it's not the supreme great sword, the great sword is also a top-level sword. Picking up the Kotetsu, Luo Noa resisted the urge to swing the knife. With one strike, the revenge might be split in half. Next, the highlight is the devil fruit. The system has two uses for devil fruits. One is that once you have the power of a fruit, you can directly absorb the devil fruit to quickly enhance the development and awakening of the fruit power. But Luo Noa hasn't found a suitable fruit yet. After all, the upper limit of the flame fruit is too low. Even a dog would dislike it, so Luo Noa would not eat it. If it is the top-level Logia thunder fruit, Luo Noa can consider the lava fruit. Or Luo Noa would also consider the mythical beast dragon-type fruit. Since I don't have any fruit abilities yet, this option is ruled out. Then there is only one use left, which is to choose to strengthen one of your abilities. 5 devil fruits were not enough to raise the 3-color domineering from high level to top level, and Luo Noa did not intend to do so. After joining the Rocks Pirates, upgrading the level of the 3-color domineering by picking up is much faster than absorbing devil fruits. Then keep it for now and use it after you have the power of the fruit. Maybe you can awaken it directly. Thinking of this, Luo Noa decided to put these devil fruits in the system space to collect dust. Wait until you find the right fruit ability before absorbing it. Ding, natural force detected near the host. Do you want to absorb it? The power of nature? Are you talking about the flame fruit? Luo Noa immediately understood that this power of nature should be the flame fruit. Absorbing natural power? This is the first time Luo Noa has seen this function. Then Luo Noa carefully checked the functions of the system. You won't know until you see it. After learning about the function of absorbing natural forces, Luo Noa was stunned. Absorbing the power of nature, in simple terms, is the ability to absorb the Logia devil fruit. The most important point is that absorption is different from consumption. You cannot transform into an element like a Logia user, but you can use the ability of the corresponding Logia fruit. For example, if you absorb the flame fruit, the difference between you and the flame fruit user is that, except that you cannot transform into an element, you can make any of your attacks have a fire effect, which is almost the same as the effect of eating the flame fruit. Of course, there will be no side effect of fear of sea water after absorption. More importantly, I can absorb all the power of nature. Whether it is fire, thunder, magma, ice, or other Logia devil fruit abilities, you can absorb them yourself. All attacks have fire effects? What are you waiting for? Luo Noa's eyes lit up and he immediately began to absorb. Soon the flame fruit in his hand disappeared, and then Luo Noa felt a surge of hot energy rushing into his body, as if it was about to explode. Huff! Stretch out your right hand, and with a slight thought, a ball of scorching flame will immediately appear in your right hand, as if it can burn everything. In addition to the domineering power, it also comes with a fire attack, and the destructive power is greatly increased. The key is that you can achieve similar destructive power to that of a superpower without becoming one. This function is simply too powerful. In the future, when you meet someone who is as powerful as you, fire will be the deciding factor. Luo Noa even felt that if he fought Roger again now, he might win. I am looking forward to it more and more. Luo Nuo was a little excited. Celestial dragons, wait for death! At the same time, in the Holy Land, Mary Geos also received the news at the first time. In the luxuriously decorated power hall, which symbolizes the highest power, the 5 old men had grim faces. Judging from the appearance of these 5 people, they are not the 5 elders in the original book, but 5 unfamiliar faces. However, looking at the temperaments of these 5 people, they clearly have a strong temperament of being in a superior position. There is no doubt that they are the current 5 elders. The world's highest power in plain sight. Damn CP0, they are just a bunch of good-for-nothings. We haven't even entered the Grand Line yet, but something unexpected has happened in the weakest part of the East China Sea. Which team is responsible for transporting the heavenly gold? Immediately detain these people in the great prison in the deep sea and await their fate. An old man said angrily, his nose almost crooked from anger. The entire East Sea's heavenly gold was robbed, which means that the celestial dragon's expenses will be greatly reduced. Why don't those lazy Tianlong people come to this conference hall and make a scene for me? Thinking of this, the old man felt like his head was going to explode. It's useless. I've already asked someone to contact the CP0 responsible for the transportation. There's still no news. I'm afraid all of them have been killed. An old man said solemnly. Damn it! I heard that the Logia flame fruit was found in the East China Sea this time. If we can obtain the flame fruit, the world government will gain another powerful person. The other old man also clenched his fists and smashed a table made of luxurious wood into pieces with one punch. The Logia flame fruit actually fell into the hands of pirates. As one gains, the other loses. It can be predicted that in the future, a powerful pirate will appear on the sea, causing unrest in the sea. And those slaves. Without them, the group of Tianlong people will definitely be even more dissatisfied. *CK it. An old man couldn't help but swear, which shows how excited he was. The most important thing now is to find out who did it. Whether it's the Rocks Pirates or some other long-established pirate group, this is definitely a big deal. The last old man said with a red face that it would be disastrous if the flame fruit fell into the hands of the Rocks Pirates. As the most powerful pirate group on the sea, the Rocks Pirates are so powerful that they are causing headaches for the world's government and marines. If we had a powerful fighter with the flame fruit with great destructive power, the Rocks Pirates will become even more troublesome. Report, this Tianshangjian incident has a detailed result. Soon CP0, who was responsible for intelligence gathering, arrived. Is the main culprit this time the Rocks Pirates? The 5 elders asked what they were most concerned about. No, not really. CP0 replied, and 5 elders felt relieved immediately after hearing that. Just hope he's not from the Rocks Pirates. No. But the main culprit this time is probably even more terrifying than the Rocks Pirates. But the next moment, CP0's words immediately made 5 elders' hearts hang in the air again. More terrifying than the Rocks Pirates? How is that possible? 5 elders sneered. If the era in the original work is the era of the 3 major forces of the 4 emperors, Marine Headquarters, and Shichibukai, then the current era is the era of the Rocks Pirates, which is the only major force. There is no such thing as 4 emperors or 5 emperors. The Rocks Pirates are the rulers of the New World and the only kings of the sea. Even if it is Marine, if they want to fight the Rocks Pirates head-on, the chances of winning are very slim. How could there be a culprit more terrifying than the Rocks Pirates? The main culprit this time is named Luo No, who is about 17 years old. He almost wiped out the CP0 team responsible for the transportation this time. Before CP0 could finish his words, he was interrupted by 5 elders. What? You said the main culprit this time is a 17-year-old kid? The 5 elders were somewhat surprised and interrupted CP0 directly. Yes, not only that, according to the description of the surviving Marine, this kid named Luo Nuo killed the members of CP0 with almost instant kill power. Instant kill? How is it possible for a 17-year-old kid? 5 elders exclaimed. The CP0 team leader in charge of the transport this time was at least at the level of a lieutenant general. A 17-year-old kid could kill a lieutenant general in seconds? Arabian Nights! Yes, according to Marine's description, Luo Nuo already possesses armament hockey, observation hockey, and conqueror's hockey. CP0 was no match for him at all. The whole fight was over in less than 5 minutes. CP0's tone was also amazed when he said this. What did you say? You awakened the 3 colors of hockey at the age of 17. The 5 old men widened their eyes again, with a look of disbelief on their faces. All 3 colors of domineering power have awakened. Where on earth did this monster come from? No. That's right. And according to speculation, his 3 colors of domineering are at least at a high level. That's why he was able to kill the CP0 captain instantly. After CP0 finished speaking, even he himself couldn't believe it. Upon hearing this, the entire hall of power fell silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. 5 elders? CP0 whispered. Because at this time, the 5 elders were completely stunned and speechless. At this time, the 5 elders were completely stunned and couldn't even utter a word of surprise. A 17-year-old kid has awakened the 3 colors of domineering, and all 3 colors of domineering have reached a high level. Possessing the ability to kill a lieutenant general level CP0 with one punch. Even if a pirate is 30 or 40 years old and has such strength, he will at least be a well-known hero in this sea. But now the 17-year-old kid has such terrifying strength. How terrifying is his talent? How terrifying is his potential? How high can he reach in the future? These questions are enough to make 5 elders ponder for a long time. Could it be that another Rox has appeared? No, what scares the 5 elders even more is that the 17-year-old Rox may not have the terrifying strength of the 17-year-old Luo Nuo. Who on earth is this guy? More importantly, why did this guy target Tian Shangjin? Was he simply doing it for fame or for the Tianlong people? These reasons must be figured out. Have you figured out the reason for this attack? One of the old men asked hurriedly. According to the descriptions of the survivors at the scene, Luo Nuo also forced CP0 to tell him the whereabouts of the celestial dragons. Although we don't know the specific reason, it is very likely that he came for the celestial dragons. CP0's tone became heavier. In the eyes of these brainwashed people, if he came for the celestial dragons, then this Luo Nuo had committed an unforgivable crime. Are you targeting the celestial dragons? They look a lot like rocks. After hearing this, 5 elders' expressions became even more serious. This guy Rox often hijacks Tian Shangjin and massacres the celestial dragons. If these 2 guys meet each other, the consequences will be disastrous. This child cannot stay. Soon, the 5 elders exchanged glances. Their long-term cooperation had given the 5 old men a very good understanding, and they quickly understood each other's meaning. This Luo Nuo, we must kill him in the cradle as soon as possible. If we let him grow up, it will lead to disaster in the future. Of course, the more serious consequence is that Rox recruited Luo Nuo. If these 2 people join forces, this is definitely the situation that the 5 elders least want to see. Notify the Marine immediately and issue a bounty. He has such terrifying potential at such a young age. We must kill him as soon as possible. The 5 elders gave a quick order. By the way, besides Luo Nuo, he has an accomplice named Roger. He is as strong as Luo Nuo and around 30 years old. At this moment, CP0 remembered that besides Luo Nuo, there was another person at the scene, who should be his accomplice. After all, Luo Nuo had shocked them so much that they almost forgot about Roger. All those who are in Luo Nuo's gang should be killed together, the 5 elders said at the same time. Soon, the Marine headquarters received the news. In the Marine office, the then Marine Admiral Kong summoned many key members including Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Crane to the office. Not only that, even the Marine recruiter Long was in the meeting room. Marine learned that Long had awakened Conqueror's domineering power in this incident, and took it very seriously, and decided to focus on training Long. After hearing about the Tenjijin incident, everyone in Marine looked incredulous. After all, it was the first time they heard of a 17-year-old boy possessing such strength. If you have any opinions, please tell us, Gang Gukong said to everyone. Almost all of those present here are the future pillars of the Marine, especially Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr, all three of whom are now candidates for Admiral. In terms of strength, the three of them are almost the same as the generals. Gang Gukong called them here with the intention of training them. This guy named Luo Noa has such terrifying strength at such a young age. He should be eliminated as soon as possible. At the very least, he should be captured and imprisoned in the great prison of the deep sea. Zifa said. The current Zifa already has the prototype of a general who does not kill. That's right. The consequences of hijacking Tenshijin are extremely bad. It will affect our Marine's reputation for justice. We must take action as soon as possible. Zhang Guo also agreed with this proposal. At this moment, Garp suddenly stood up and said, "This guy did kidnap Tian Shangjin, but he was going after the Celestial Dragons. You all know the character of those scumbags of the Celestial Dragons. Maybe there is another hidden reason behind this. Garp has always been very unhappy with the Celestial Dragons, so the crime committed by Garp against Luo Noa is not considered hateful to him, let alone to the point of wanting to kill him." Upon hearing this, General Kong immediately shouted, "Garp, watch your words and actions." On the surface it was a scolding, but in reality it was a protection. If the Celestial Dragons heard these words, even a general like himself would not be able to protect Garp. After all, the Battle of God Valley has not happened yet, and Garp does not have the amulet of Marine Hero. General Kong, you should also be clear about the character of those Celestial Dragons. Before the background investigation comes out, we better not act rashly. Garp didn't care whether the Celestial Dragons heard him or not, and spoke. Reporting to Admiral Kong, we have investigated Luo Noa's background. At this moment, a Marine rushed into the meeting room and handed a document to Kong Gang. Very good. After getting the file, Ganggu Kong immediately started to check it. However, the moment he finished reading the document, Ganggu Kong's expression changed and became a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Zhang Guo hurriedly asked, "General Kong, what happened?" Sora threw the document on the table. "You can read it for yourselves." Soon, several people finished reading the document, and then their faces changed. It's very simple. The document records Luo Noa's background and hometown. After all, Luo Noa has been an ordinary person for more than 10 years, and his background is easy to investigate. The document shows that a week before the kidnapping of Tian Shangjin, a Tianlong went to Luo Noa's hometown and shot and killed many civilians, including Luo Noa's parents. Luo Noa witnessed the whole process with his own eyes. No wonder this guy hijacked Tian Shangjin and went to track down the whereabouts of the Tianlong people. Now everything is clear. Garp slammed the document on the table with a loud bang, looking extremely angry. This bunch of useless Celestial Dragons have only themselves to blame for their own misfortunes, and now they have created another big mess. Garp even wanted to say, "Good job." Sengoku and Zifa, who had just been clamoring to eradicate Luo Noa as soon as possible, also looked a little embarrassed. I originally thought that Luo Noa was some wicked villain, but I didn't expect there was such a hidden story behind him. Watching my parents being killed by the Celestial Dragons, if it were me, I would probably do the same. So that's how it is. Long was also stunned when he heard the reason. He now understood that Luo Noa would insist on asking about the whereabouts of the CP0 Celestial Dragons. If this happened to me, I would definitely do the same thing as Luo Noa. For a moment, the atmosphere in the conference room became awkward. I originally thought this was a vicious incident, but I didn't expect it. You deserve it! The psychology of the crowd can only be explained in this sentence. The Celestial Dragons really deserved what they sowed. The atmosphere remained deadlocked for several minutes. Finally, it was Gang Gukong who broke the silence first. No matter what, Luo Noa hijacked Tian Shangjin, which had an extremely bad impact. This matter must have a result. First, immediately issue a wanted order to the whole world to remind people that this person is dangerous. Gangakong paused for a moment, then continued. Mary Geos has issued an eradication order. They must be eradicated, so we should proceed according to the original plan. After hearing this, no one responded to Gangakong. After all, everyone understood the whole story, and many people even supported Luo Nuo's approach from the bottom of their hearts. There are still many righteous people in Marine, and they are not as completely brainwashed as CP0. Marine still has a scale in his heart to judge right from wrong. But General Sora, this matter was all the Celestial Dragon's own fault from the beginning to the end. Garp seemed quite dissatisfied. Killing someone's entire family, and not allowing them to retaliate? What's more, not a single Celestial Dragon is dead yet. Zhang Guo and Zfafa, who were standing aside, remained silent. Not speaking out in support of Kong's decision is also a statement. It was obvious that these three people were not very satisfied with the outcome. After all, these three people are the future Marine leaders, and Kong had to explain to them. I also want to let Luo Nuo go, but our Marine's immediate superior is the world government, and obeying orders is a soldier's duty. If we fight with the world government over something like this, then who will enforce justice in this world? Besides, who can guarantee that Luo Nuo is not a heinous criminal? Don't forget, there are countless people in this sea waiting for us to protect them. Kong's words also convinced Sengoku and Zephyr. Yes, today he kidnapped Tianshang Jin. Who can guarantee that Luo Nuo will not kidnap other ordinary people in the future? If we let him go this time, what if he kidnaps other civilians? Wouldn't that be condoning evil? But, at the same time, Long, who was a recruit, couldn't help but want to speak out, but was stopped by his father Garp. Well, General Kong, I will apply to carry out this mission. Dahai is my hometown, and it is my duty to rid my hometown of harm. Garp stood up and volunteered to carry out the mission. Garp. This is a kill order issued by the 5 elders themselves. There can be no mistakes. Cyborg narrowed his eyes and looked at Garp. This guy would not let him go, would he? You know, with Garp's personality, he is definitely capable of doing such a thing. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Prepare the warships immediately and set off to the East China Sea as quickly as possible. After saying that, Garp picked up his cloak of justice from his seat, put it on, and left without looking back. Arriving at the port, Long bids farewell to his father Garp. Before leaving, Long asked, Father, do you really want to kill Luo Nuo? Garp looked at the sea in the distance. See, if he is really a heinous criminal, I will never let him go. What if he's not? Ha ha, I know what's going on. Garp laughed heartily, and Long felt relieved after hearing that. You know your father's character best. But General Kong really went too far today. Things are clearly not as the world government said. Long was still a little disappointed with Kong. The background investigation has made it clear that Luo Nuo has been law-abiding since childhood, and only went out to sea to hijack Tianshang Jin after his parents were killed. There's no way such a person could be a vicious and evil person. Don't blame General Kong, he has his own difficulties too. Garp comforted Long. As a candidate for the rank of Admiral, Garp sometimes feels constrained by higher-ups, not to mention Admiral Sora. Garp even felt that the position of general was not suitable for him. If I really become a general, will I still be able to come and go freely like I do now, without being influenced by those old men in the world government? A big question mark appeared in Garp's mind. Father, Marine has been too deeply influenced by the world government and the celestial dragons. I will change this mentality. Just as Garp stepped onto the warship, Long suddenly spoke. Garp raised his eyebrows when he heard this. So how are you going to change? I must become a Marine Admiral. No, a Marine Fleet Admiral. When that day comes, Marine will definitely implement true justice instead of becoming a puppet of the world government. Looking at the surging waves crashing against the shore, Long swore to the sea. Can you say this? The Marines around were shocked by the conversation between the father and son. Marine becomes a puppet of the world government? What would happen if Mary Joa knew this? Garp, on the other hand, didn't care at all. Instead, he laughed happily. Ha ha ha, He is worthy of being my son. Practice hard, dragon. Patting Long's shoulders a few times in encouragement, Garp was still very confident in his son's talent. In a year or two, this guy will definitely grow into a Marine Admiral. Soon Garp boarded the special doghead warship. Looking at his father's receding back, Long Yi secretly made up his mind to practice hard and become a general, or even a fleet admiral as soon as possible. Let's go. The warship set off. Along with Garp's warship, there were also wanted warrants sent to all parts of the world. Hundreds of thousands of albatrosses flew away from the Marine headquarters and flew to all parts of the world. As albatross continued to scatter wanted notices, wherever the wanted notices were received, there was an uproar instantly. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 100 million, 1 billion. Am I seeing things? The first bounty for this brat is actually 500 million. How is that possible? 500 million berries makes him a great pirate. How come he didn't have any fame before? Hey, didn't you see it? He killed the CP0 captain with one punch, wiped out all the CP0 members, and robbed the Tianshang gold. He did all these. He has stolen the heavenly gold capital of the East China Sea. There are countless precious swords and rare devil fruits in it. I won't have to worry about anything in my life. Yeah, even the flame fruit fell into his hands. If I had the flame fruit, I would probably be able to become a great pirate. It's far more than that. The newspaper said that the evil one, Luo Nuo, had awakened the 3 colors of hockey at the age of 17. What? All 3 colors of domineering power have awakened. What kind of monster is this guy? Not only that, the 3 colors of domineering are all of high level. Don't forget that he is only 17 years old. There will be another incredible guy in the sea. And his crew, Roger, are almost as strong as him. Looks like the sea is going to be lively again. For a time, Luo Nuo's deeds attracted the attention of countless people. After all, the initial bounty was as high as 500 million Baileys, and this bounty alone was enough to shock everyone. After all, it is still the early days of piracy, and inflation is not that serious yet. A bounty of 500 million can already be considered a big pirate. Not to mention the deeds that Luo Nuo had done, seizing the heavenly gold, obtaining countless treasures, and his powerful talent and potential that was almost terrifying. The whole world knows that a terrible monster is about to appear in the sea. Boss Tiger, is this the hero, Luo Nuo, you were talking about? At the same time, at a depth of 10,000 meters under the sea, Fishman Island, several young fishmen ran quickly, holding a newspaper in their hands and handing it to Fisher Tiger, the boss of Fishman Street. One of the fishmen was about 7 or 8 years old, with blue skin, and was a whale shark man. The other one was even younger, looked only 2 or 3 years old, and was an octopus man with 6 tentacles. The other was a sawtooth shark man, about 5 or 6 years old, with a mouth full of shark teeth. There is no doubt that these people are the future members of the Sun Pirates, Sea Knight Jinbei, Octopus Hachi and Dragon Arlong. Yes, that's right, he was the one who saved us from the celestial dragons. After reading the bounty in the newspaper, Fisher Tiger smiled and touched the heads of several little fishmen in front of him, and said gently, "Wow, that's amazing. Master Tiger, I want to be like the hero, Luo Nuo, in the future. That's right, I want to be as powerful as him. And save my people." Young Jinbei, Xiaoba and Along were full of admiration, and they had already regarded Luo Nuo as their idol to follow forever. If you have ambition, then work hard on training. Hey, is it going to start again? Boss Tiger's devilish training. Hearing this, the faces of several little fishmen were filled with fear. The same scene is happening on many different islands at this moment. Fishman Island, Zhou, the kingdom of Tenakina where the long-handed tribe lives, and so on. All the slaves liberated by Luo Nuo, regardless of race, are now telling the great deeds of this hero, Luo Nuo, in their hometown. Such deeds have attracted the admiration of countless young hearts. Many people regard hero Luo Nuo as their idol and vow to work hard to become a hero like Luo Nuo in the future. The way things were going to develop was probably something even Luo Nuo himself could not have anticipated. Luo Nuo's deeds are also circulated in the Grand Lion Kingdom of Woka. Luo Nuo, is he the one who saved many brothers from the ghost tribe? Young Kaido picked up a newspaper and was immediately attracted by its contents. Robbing heavenly gold. The reason why my country is constantly in war is probably because of heavenly gold. Kaido muttered to himself, recalling what the adults had said to him before. Because he had to defeat the enemy and steal money to pay for the gold in the sky, his hometown was always in the midst of war. That's amazing. If I could also rob the heavenly gold from other places like Luo Nuo did, there wouldn't be any war in my hometown. Kaido murmured to himself, somewhat envious of Luo Nuo. At this moment, suddenly, a huge net fell from the sky in the dark and covered Kaido. Hey Kaido, you've been sold to the marine. Our country can no longer accommodate you. More than a dozen members of the King's Guard showed up at the first opportunity and worked together to capture Kaido. Damn it! Don't use me as a political tool. I don't want to be a running dog of the world government. Kaido shouted angrily and tried to break free, but found that the special rope at this time made it impossible for him to use it. There's nothing we can do about it. If you just join the Marine, we can attend the World Conference. A dozen guards completely ignored Kaido's opinion and threw him directly onto the warship. New World, Pirate Island, Hachinos. This is the headquarters of the famous Rocks Pirates. It's terrible, it's terrible. Something big has happened. What's the big deal? Didn't you watch the news? A newcomer named Luo Nuo has seized the heavenly gold, and the first bounty is as high as 500 million Baileys. What? 500 million Baileys? You must be bragging. Golden Lion, Captain Charlotte Linling's bounty is only over 600 million. How can this new guy get 500 million? I'm absolutely not bragging. If you don't believe me, read today's newspaper. A dozen members of the Rocks Pirates gathered together, constantly shocked by the stories reported in the newspapers. What's all the fuss? At this moment, a tall, muscular man with gorgeous golden hair appeared. Most importantly, he had a crescent-shaped beard that curved upwards. That's right, this is the famous Whitebeard who ruled for almost an entire era. Although his beard was still golden at this time, he liked others to call him Whitebeard. Captain Whitebeard. Seeing the newcomer, the pirates addressed him respectfully. Edward Newgate, captain of the Rocks Pirates' First Division. He is also the strongest and most trustworthy man in the pirate group besides Rocks himself. Well, what happened? Are there any new guys? Whitebeard looked at the group of pirates and asked with interest. Just now, he had heard some clues through his observation hockey, which seemed to be about some new pirate or something. Captain Whitebeard, please read the newspaper. A pirate henchman handed the newspaper to Whitebeard, who picked it up and started reading it. The more he looked, the more Whitebeard's expression changed. Only after reading the contents of the newspaper did Whitebeard breathe a sigh of relief. Another terrible creature has appeared in the sea. Have you informed Rocks about this? Whitebeard asked the pirate minions. This newcomer named Luo Nuo has awakened 3 colors of high-level domineering power. His strength is already very strong, but his potential is even more terrifying. He also likes to attack the celestial dragons. Rocks must be interested in this new guy. Not yet. We haven't seen Admiral Rocks yet. The pirate minion answered truthfully. At this moment, a pirate suddenly ran in front of Whitebeard, running out of breath, and it was obvious that he had something very urgent to do. Captain Whitebeard, Admiral Rocks wants to see you and asks you to go see him immediately. He said there is something very important. I understand. Take me there. Whitebeard had expected Rocks to look for him after seeing the news about Luo Nuo. As expected, when Whitebeard met Rocks for the first time, Rocks said directly at the gate of opening, Whitebeard, there is a newcomer in the ocean recently, did you know? I just found out. Whitebeard raised the newspaper in his hand. Great, what do you think of this new guy? Rocks inquired. Whitebeard pondered for a moment and said, At the age of 17, he has awakened the 3 colors of domineering, and all three colors of domineering have reached a high level. This talent is rare in decades. If he is given some more time, he will definitely grow into a monster. Then Whitebeard paused, and there was one more sentence that he thought about but didn't say. That is, if he is given time, Luo Noa can even grow into a monster that surpasses Rock's. After hearing Whitebeard's comments, Rock's mouth corners also curled up subtly. Who is Rock's? He is the king of this era. Even someone as strong as Whitebeard would find it difficult to hide anything in front of Rock's. Rox certainly understood what Whitebeard hadn't said. This guy Luo Noa is stronger than me at the same age, and he will probably surpass me in the future. But Rox didn't care, and said with interest, Interesting, it's rare for you to give such an evaluation. Whitebeard is a very arrogant guy on weekdays. After all, he is considered the strongest person in the Rox Pirates besides himself. There are not many people in the entire Rox Pirates that Whitebeard can look up to. Now he actually gave such a high evaluation to a young kid who has just started out. It seems that his guess is correct. This Luo Noa is a promising talent, and will be a great help to me in overthrowing the rule of the celestial dragons in the future. Then Rox threw a document to Whitebeard. There is also this document, take a look. Like Marine, Rox also conducted a background check on Luo Noa. As the only king of the New World, Rox is a big shot who has connections in both the black and white worlds, and his intelligence network is spread all over the world. It is very easy for him to get Luo Noa's background. After watching the celestial dragons kill his parents, it's no wonder he aimed at Ten's Hengjin as soon as he went out to sea. After reading the document, Whitebeard suddenly realized that it seemed like this was another guy targeting the celestial dragons. At the same time, Whitebeard also felt a lot of empathy for Luo Noa. After all, Whitebeard values his family the most. Watching his parents die in front of his eyes, if this happened to him, he would definitely go crazy. Hearing this, Rox nodded. I like this guy very much. Such a genius should not be wandering around. He should stay in the Rox Pirates. Although Rox has a somewhat brutal personality, he still admires powerful geniuses. Otherwise, the Rox Pirates would not have recruited so many powerful people such as Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Charlotte Lin, etc. It can be said that most of the powerful people on the sea are in the Rox Pirate group. Whitebeard immediately understood what Rox meant, but he was still a little unhappy. Why did you ask me for this? You also know that you are the one I trust the most on this ship, and you are the only one I can trust to do things. Rox was not angry when he heard Whitebeard's unfriendly tone. This is Rox's style. As long as there is strength, he can tolerate some minor or even major flaws. Of course, this style also led to the Rox Pirates being a group of loose sand. When Rox himself was around, he was able to suppress the ambitions of these monsters with his powerful strength. But once Rox himself dies, the Rox Pirates will immediately fall apart. It can be said that they are completely different from the Roger Pirates. After hearing Rox's explanation, Whitebeard's expression eased a little. Indeed, there are too many unreliable guys on this ship. Golden Lion Shiki, Charlotte Lin the Bus, Achaku, John, Silver Axe, and these guys are all ambitious guys. None of them will submit to anyone else and are not trustworthy at all. What if he doesn't want to join? Whitebeard asked again. Pirates have their own rules. Rox smiled coldly, and the meaning was obvious. The original members of the Rox Pirates were all chosen one by Rox. People like Whitebeard, Shiki, Charlotte Lin and others joined the pirate group after losing to Rox. Okay, I got it. I'll leave right away. Whitebeard did not delay and prepared to set off. In fact, Whitebeard himself is also very interested in Luo Noa. After his parents were killed, Luo Noa took revenge on the celestial dragons, which was enough to show that this guy, like himself, attached great importance to family affection. It is not easy to find such a person. After all, there is no such person in the Rox Pirates. Looking at Whitebeard's departing back, Rox actually felt a little sad for a moment. In such a big pirate group, there is only this one reliable member. If there was no Whitebeard, who else could he send to do this? I'm afraid I'll have to do it myself. But it doesn't matter. As long as we can bring down those celestial dragons and marry Geos, we can do anything. Soon Rock's sadness disappeared, replaced by a horrified murderous aura. It is difficult to have such murderous aura without having killed tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of people. The reward of 500 million is really unexpected. In the East China Sea, Luo Noa smiled when he saw his wanted poster. The first bounty was 500 million, which surprised Luo Noa. Even 40 years later, a bounty of 500 million is still considered the threshold for becoming a great pirate. That guy Roger must be very depressed now. Continuing to read the content of the newspaper, Luo Noa almost laughed out loud when he found out that Roger was actually regarded as one of the government's crew members and offered a bounty of 300 million berries. It feels pretty good to have the future One Piece as your crew member. In fact, Luo Noa said goodbye to Roger a few days after the Tianshangjian incident. After all, Roger also has his own trip, and now that he is rich, he doesn't have to ride on Luo Noa's boat anymore. It is worth mentioning that the world government also deliberately revealed the news of the flame fruit in the newspapers, so that some pirates who coveted the flame fruit would come knocking. The world government originally wanted to use this method to make Luo Noa encounter some trouble, but they didn't know that Luo Noa needed more strong people to come so that he could pick up some abilities. Unfortunately, the groups of people that Luo Noa encountered for several consecutive days were all low-level pirates in the East China Sea. As for the real strong ones, firstly, the flame fruit is not in their eyes, and secondly, the strong ones who are interested in the flame fruit also understand the value of the 500 million reward. These low-level pirates don't even dare to enter the Grand Line, but they are clamoring to kill Luo Noa and snatch the flame fruit. These low-level pirates have been bullying the people in the East China Sea for a long time and do not have an accurate understanding of the power of the big guys. Luo Noa had no choice but to get rid of all these guys who were harming the civilians. After all, even though he became a pirate, Luo Noa was born a commoner and would not do anything to harm civilians. I don't know how long the Tianlong people have been gone, but at this speed we should be able to catch up. After dealing with this group of minions, Luo Noa looked towards the distant sea with murderous intent in his eyes. Ever since he picked up Roger's observation haki that allows him to listen to the voices of all things, Luo Noa has been looking for the celestial dragons. Listening to the voices of all things falls within the realm of God-level observation haki, and one can communicate consciously with different kinds of living things and even non-living things. In other words, Luo Noa can communicate with nearby marine life through consciousness to obtain the specific location of the celestial dragons. After communicating with the nearby marine life using the voice of all things, Luo Noa confirmed the location of the celestial dragons. That guy hasn't gone far. If you keep going along this path, you will definitely catch up with the other party. Riding the Revenge at full speed, Luo Noa took the opportunity to check his system panel. Host, Luo Noa. Age 17. Strength, Shichibukai mid-level. Speed, Shichibukai mid-level. Physical strength, Shichibukai mid-level. Haki, Conqueror's Haki Advanced, Armament Haki, Advanced, Observation Haki Advanced. Other abilities, Swordsmanship Advanced. Combat Experience Advanced. Fruit Ability, Flame Fruit Absorption. God-level ability, Listen to the voices of all things. My current strength has improved significantly compared to when I fought Roger. The first thing is to pick up Roger's God-level observation haki that allows him to listen to the voices of all things. In addition, by absorbing the power of the flame fruit, his destructive power was further enhanced. That is to say, Doflamingo and Big Bear's level is almost equivalent to the level of the Emperor's vice level. In addition, he has a precious sword in his hand, Kotetsu, one of the 21 great swords. Roger may not be able to defeat him now. Luo Noa was very satisfied with the result. After all, he had only been at sea for a dozen days, and he had already reached the Shichibukai level from Lieutenant Colonel. His strength had risen as fast as a rocket. It was really too fast. As long as there is no general level strongman, I can at least catch up with that Tianlong man and kill him before escaping unscathed. No, even with the generals I should be able to kill that celestial dragon, but retreating will always cost me something. Luo No had a rough estimate of his own strength. Now I should be able to fight against a general-level strongman, not to mention that the system's blessing Luo No has not been taken into account. In fact, if he really encounters a general-level warrior, Luo No will not only be able to fight him, but he may even pick up some powerful abilities and quickly advance to the general level. Of course, the biggest possibility is that there are no general-level combat forces guarding the Tianlong people at all. Usually there are only a few lieutenant general-level CP0s. After all, the combat power of a general is extremely rare in the entire ocean, so how could he possibly guard the celestial dragons all the time? Only when something happens to the celestial dragons will Marines send out Admiral-level forces to clean up the mess. This is also the reason why the celestial dragons are so arrogant. In terms of strength, it only takes a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million to deal with these pig-like celestial dragons. But the consequence of doing so is that they will be hunted endlessly by the Marine Admiral, so most pirates will take a detour when they see the celestial dragons. However, Luo No was just the opposite. He hoped that the Marine would send out its generals as soon as possible so that his own strength could be greatly improved. After 2 days of sailing, Luo No crossed the upside-down mountain and entered the Grand Line, and then sailed for another day before catching up with the celestial dragons. After all, the power of the Revenge was not that fast, but fortunately it caught up in the end. At the port of an island, there was a luxury cruise ship several dozen meters high moored. Even from a distance you can see every place on the cruise ship. Every place is inlaid with diamonds, jewels, jade and gold. These gems sparkle in the sunlight, and their luxury is breathtaking. There are 2 flags hanging on the mast of the cruise ship. On one side is the flag of the world government, and on the other side is the dragon hoofprint, which symbolizes the celestial dragons. The hoofprint of the heavenly dragon is the mark of the heavenly dragons. Even if they are slaves, the heavenly dragons will brand every slave with the hoofprint of the heavenly dragon to declare their sovereignty. By turning on his observation hockey, Luo No quickly located the position of the celestial dragons. Coincidentally, this island is called Gai Island, and the Tianlong people are in Mogu Town at this time. Mogu Town is a small town on Gai Island. It is a low-profile version of a lawless zone, full of pirates. The reason why the celestial dragons stopped here is very simple. This is because the Tianlong people had received news that the Tianshang gold in the East China Sea had been robbed. Not only that, many rare slaves were also freed, including many beautiful Murlocs slaves. This made the Tianlong man very angry, and he urgently needed to find a place to vent his anger, so he chose Mogu Town. The pirates in Mogu Town are usually arrogant, but when they see the celestial dragons coming, they immediately kneel down. They don't want to anger the celestial dragons and attract the Marine Admiral. At the same time, in the center of the street in Mogu Town, a man with a transparent spherical glass cover on his head, a face full of fat, a watermelon-shaped hairstyle, a pumpkin-shaped face, and snot hanging from his nose was particularly conspicuous. This is World Noble, the celestial dragon. Under this celestial dragon was riding a strong man covered in bruises. A man with a bomb collar around his neck. Upon closer inspection, this guy is a famous pirate with a bounty of 68 million Baileys. Now he has become the mount of the celestial dragons. Both sides of the street were filled with pirates kneeling. These pirates were extremely nervous. Seeing the stinky face of the celestial dragon, they were afraid that he would suddenly go crazy. Soon, something happened that no one expected. Suddenly, the Tianlong man got off his mount, and a man wearing a neat black suit and black sunglasses stepped forward and asked respectfully, "Your Highness, what do you want me to do?" Hearing this, Saint Calmer shook his nose and said, "This mount is already scarred and I'm tired of playing with it. Let's pick one here to replace it." Upon hearing this, the mount was extremely surprised and immediately knelt down to express his gratitude to the Tianlong people. "Thank you, Master Tianlong people. Then, I should be able to leave now. The expression of Saint Charmico suddenly became distorted. Untouchable slave, did I tell you to leave? As soon as he finished speaking, Saint Calmer immediately ordered the man in the black suit beside him. Go, get out the latest torture device I prepared. After receiving the order, several guards in black suits immediately brought a large transparent glass vat covered with black cloth. The entire vat is large enough to hold 7 or 8 people. What are the celestial dragons trying to do? Seeing this, everyone present was confused. However, when the black cloth was removed, the expressions of everyone present immediately turned into horror. Inside the transparent glass tank, there were nearly 100 lion majesties, scorpions, centipedes, and other poisonous creatures. And they are all highly poisonous species. These poisonous creatures are constantly wriggling in the sealed vat, and just looking at them makes one's scalp tingle. However, the Tianlong people looked at the big vat with a very excited expression. Very good. Strip this slave and throw him in here. Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. Strip someone naked and throw them into a tank full of lion majesty? Such brutal means were completely beyond their imagination. Even if they are pirates, they cannot use such inhuman means. The brutality of the celestial dragons is dozens of times greater than that of these pirates. This is not the end. At this time, Saint Calmer looked around and said, This one, that one, and this one, throw them in together. Saint Calmer pointed at the 5 unlucky guys kneeling on the ground and signaled his men to throw them in together. The 5 people who were pointed out looked incredulous. I have never provoked the celestial dragons, so why do I have to torture myself? But the Tianlong people don't care about you so much, you can only blame yourself for your bad luck. This is the celestial dragon, this is world noble. If you are chosen by them, you can only consider yourself unlucky. There is no other way. Unless you have the strength to fight against the Marine Admiral. But how many people in this sea have the strength to fight against the Marine Admiral? Soon, the celestial dragon's subordinates threw these people into the big vat. Then, a terrible scream came from the vat, like a pig being slaughtered. Being torn apart by hundreds of lion majesties, with no escape possible, you can imagine how desperate these people were. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, really interesting, really interesting. Seeing the miserable plight of those people, Saint Calmer clapped his hands and praised, his face full of excitement. The gloom of the gold in the sky being robbed was swept away. Looking at the miserable expressions of these untouchables, he felt relieved and his waist was no longer sore. Just venting your anger? How terrifying! Is this the God who rules the world? Once they target you, you can only wait for death. The pirates present were all shocked by the celestial dragon's methods. When it comes to lawlessness, pirates are nothing compared to the celestial dragons. The torture lasted for 10 minutes. After those people had completely died, the Tianlong people ordered their men. Find me a mount among these people. Okay, Your Highness, may I ask who you like? The man in the black suit asked respectfully. Upon hearing this, Saint Chalmico used his round face to look around at the pirates kneeling on both sides of the street. At this moment, suddenly, Saint Calmer discovered that something seemed to be wrong. 3 meters away from me, there was a person standing there without knowing when. How is that possible? I am a world noble celestial dragon. All the lowly people must kneel down when they see me. How can anyone stand in front of me? Even his own subordinates would never dare to stand in front of him. At this time, the pirates kneeling on both sides seemed to have discovered something. At some point, a person appeared in front of the Tianlong people, standing there blankly, even emitting a faint murderous intent. Who is this reckless guy? This is not the way to seek death. Didn't he see the punishment the celestial dragons just inflicted? However, most pirates still felt happy about their misfortune. It was a good thing that they had a scapegoat to help them block the celestial dragons, so they would not have to be dragged along as mounts. You bastard, you didn't kneel down before the great me, you're courting death. Soon, Saint Calmer pulled out a hunting rifle inlaid with gold and jewels from his waist, and aimed it at the figure in front of him. Bang bang! After firing 2 consecutive shots, St. Calmer was surprised to find that the figure in front of him was not moving at all and was not injured. "Oh!" St. Calmer opened his eyes wide, his expression like an idiot. Then he screamed as if he had found a treasure. "I found it! I found it! The most suitable slave for me! Even a gun can't kill him, and I need a slave like this! Catch this pariah immediately and bring him back to Marihoa!" Charmico was dancing with joy, thinking he had found a treasure. An invulnerable slave! This is great! This way I can experiment with all kinds of torture when I return to Marihoa. However, the atmosphere seemed a little off. After St. Chamker gave the order, for the first time ever, no one responded to him. You bastards, didn't you hear my great command? St. Charmico is angry. He turned around and wanted to give his personal attendant a hard slap in the face. But soon he froze on the spot. At some point, hundreds of servants behind him fell to the ground with their eyes whitened, unconscious. "Damn it, who did this? Which bastard did this? How dare you attack my slave? You are courting death!" With Chalmers' intelligence, it's obvious that he doesn't know what Conqueror's dominance is. What's going on? Is Conqueror's domineering? Who did this? Do they want to attack the celestial dragons? At this time, the pirates present also discovered the clues. Someone actually took the initiative to attack the celestial dragons. Is he tired of living? You look at that face. Soon the sharp-eyed pirates discovered it. The person standing in front of St. Chalmers at this moment is none other than the pirate who has become famous in recent days and has a bounty of over 500 million. The evil one Luo Nuo! The evil one Luo Nuo! Did he do this? First you attacked Tian Shangjin, and now you're going to attack the Tianlong people? Doesn't this guy know that if he attacks the celestial dragons, he will be hunted down by the Marine Admiral? Are you stupid? Is Luo Nuo, at that level, afraid of a Marine Admiral? That's right. How could a man who has awakened 3 colors of high-level domineering at the age of 17 be afraid of Admiral Marine? That's good, the savior is here. The pirates present were also shocked at this moment. Luo Nuo, a pirate with a bounty of over 500 million. The most popular newcomer in the ocean right now. He actually appears here. Did you, a lowly person, do this? Bastard! At this time, the Tianlong people obviously did not understand his current situation. After all, he was used to a life of luxury, and he didn't believe that anyone would dare to attack him. Then St. Charmico raised his shotgun and said to Luo Nuo in a threatening tone, "Untouchable, kneel down before me, or I'll throw you into the snake tank too. You beast, I finally found you." Looking at the arrogant celestial dragons, Luo Nuo recalled that day. Although the Tianlong in front of him was not the murderer who killed his parents that day, his arrogant and domineering appearance was exactly the same as that of the murderer. These beasts must die. Luo Nuo's eyes were red, and his whole body was full of vigor. The air around seemed to be ready to explode, and storm clouds flashed over the sky above Mogu town. Look, just using momentum, the weather has changed. Without a doubt, this is the domineering power of a high-level conqueror. This is the first time these pirates have seen a high-level conqueror's domineering power. At this time, St. Calmer's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe his ears at all. Beast? Are you talking about the great me? As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang. Luo Nuo instantly came in front of St. Chalmac and smashed the shotgun in his hand into pieces with one punch. How dare you, a lowly person, attack God? I will throw you into a snake tank and torture you with the most cruel punishment. St. Chalmers never thought that someone would dare to attack him. So he became furious and started to curse loudly, not forgetting to threaten Luo Nuo. The pirates present were also stunned. Are all celestial dragons mentally retarded? How dare you act arrogantly in front of a pirate with a bounty of 500 million? Do you really think that Admiral Marine is invincible? Noisy! As expected, Luo Nuo didn't tolerate him and punched him straight in the head. With a loud bang. As the transparent glass light shield shattered, Saint Chalma flew out directly. Upon closer inspection, his nose was covered in blood, his mouth was swollen like a sausage, and his entire face looked as if it had been crushed by a heavy object, with his facial features completely deformed. Fortunately, Saint Calmer has not fainted and is still conscious. This was the result of Luo Nuo's control over his power. Otherwise, killing the celestial dragon so easily would have been too easy for the beast. At the same time, in the sea not far from Gaia Island, Whitebeard discovered abnormal weather in the sky nearby. This feeling is definitely right, the domineering power of a high-level conqueror. Whitebeard's eyes lit up. Luo Nuo, I finally found you! Grand Lion, Gaia Island, Magic Valley Town. The pirates kneeling on both sides were completely stunned at this moment. It was the first time they saw someone attack the celestial dragons. Although this was expected, the shock was still there when it really happened. Tell me, you beasts, how do you want to die? Luo Nuo came in front of the celestial dragon and stared at him intently, making Saint Chamek's hair stand on end. At this time, Saint Calmer finally faced the reality. If I keep shouting, this guy in front of me will really kill me. If you kill me, Marine Admiral, I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Aren't you afraid? Saint Charmico can now only use the title of Marine Admiral to scare Luo Nuo. You beast, do you dare to do whatever you want because you have the Marine Admiral behind you? Luo Nuo was very disgusted with this sentence, and walked straight towards Saint Calmer. Marine General. When the celestial dragons shot their parents, some people also said that if they angered the celestial dragons, they would attract Admiral Marine. From this point of view, Admiral Marine is not a good guy. You, don't come over here, don't come over here! Seeing Luo Nuo getting closer, Saint Calmer retreated in fear, completely ignoring his serious injuries. Where did your previous arrogance go? Aren't you the gods who rule this world? Seeing the celestial dragons in such an embarrassed state, Luo Nuo sneered. It turned out that these useless celestial dragons also knew how to read people's faces. Damn it, I don't want to die yet, please spare my life. Seeing that there was no way to retreat, Saint Calmer suddenly changed the subject and began to kneel on the ground and kowtow to Luo Nuo. Because he could see clearly now that the guy in front of him really wanted to kill him. Even if we notify Admiral Marine, he won't be able to get here in time. You only have one life. Please, spare my life, spare my life! Saint Chalmico knocked his head very hard, and his forehead was bloody. All the pirates present were stunned upon seeing this. He actually knelt down and begged for mercy. Is this the most noble bloodline in the world? The world's most despicable bloodline, right? Even pirates would not kneel down and beg for mercy from their opponents just to save their lives. The celestial dragons are truly an eye-opener. Oh no, we were attacked by Conqueror's domineering ambush. At this moment, 3 people who had just fainted finally woke up. These 3 people are wearing masks. They are undoubtedly CP0. At this moment, the 3 CP0s secretly thought something was wrong. I was stunned by Conqueror's domineering aura. Who was the one who attacked? Could it be that he was targeting the celestial dragons? Oh no, I hope nothing happens to the celestial dragons. Then, what's going on? The celestial dragons, the gods that rule this world, actually kneeled down and kowtowed to people. The 3 CP0s had just woken up, and almost fainted after seeing this scene. God kowtows to the untouchables? If the top leaders of the world government knew about this, I would be finished. Of course, as the most loyal lackeys of the Tianlong people, they would never allow such a thing to happen. That person is the evil one, Luo Nuo! Soon the 3 CP0s recognized the main culprit behind Conqueror's domineering power, Luo Nuo. The guy who hijacked Tian Shangjin in the East China Sea. Quick, go and save Saint Charmico! 3 CP0s immediately stepped forward and stood in front of Luo Nuo and Charmico Saint. Saint Charmico, you are frightened. Come with me and leave here immediately. The fastest CP0 half knelt in front of Saint Charmico and carried him on his back. Who would have thought that after seeing these 3 CP0s, St. Charles' expression would do a 180-degree turn. St. Charmico, who had a servile look on his face just now, immediately took out the posture of a celestial dragon. "Where were you three bastards? You almost killed me!" "Pa pa pa!" CP0 was slapped several times in the face, and then St. Charmico immediately pointed at Luonua in front of him. "Quick, the three of you go and kill this pariah! It would be best to capture him alive. I will sentence him to death," St. Charmico said viciously, wishing he could throw Luonua into the snake tank right now and torture him madly. "But St. Charmico, the person in front of us is Luonua, a pirate with a bounty of 500 million. It's best to run away now." CP0 was not angry after being slapped several times, but advised the celestial dragons to escape quickly. "What the hell are you doing for a living? How dare you let the great me escape? Hurry up and catch that bastard! Otherwise I'll kill you all when I get back." St. Charmico doesn't care whether there is a reward or not. He only knew that Luonua had made him look bad, and he had to capture Luonua and torture him until he felt like dying. Upon hearing this, the pirates present were shocked by the strangeness of the celestial dragons. Ridiculous! Stupid! World Noble is actually like this. Others were trying to save him, but he not only didn't run away, but he also threatened to kill the people who saved him? Are all the celestial dragons a bunch of idiots worse than pigs and dogs? CP0 was not angry at all when being insulted by the celestial dragons. They have been brainwashed since childhood, and it is impossible for them to disobey the heaven-defying dragon people. Despite the beatings and scolding from the celestial dragons, CP0 still decided to let them retreat safely first. After all, it's too dangerous here. Want to run? He used his observation hockey to scan the three CP0s in front of him. The strongest one was only at the level of Lieutenant General, and the other two were at the level of Major Generals. He instantly appeared in front of a CP0, drew out Kotetsu, and stabbed him with just one blow. Crash! Heads fell. The other Major General didn't even have time to react and was killed by Luonua with one blow. After all, with Luonua's current strength, it is too easy to kill the Major General in seconds, just like beating a child. Damn it, do you know the consequences of killing a celestial dragon? CP0, who only had the strength of a Lieutenant General left, threatened. Haha, what are the consequences? Tell me about it. Luonua raised the huche in his hand, releasing his killing intent. Madman! CP0 cursed inwardly, realizing that such a threat was nothing to Luonua. For a pirate with a bounty of 500 million, being hunted down by marine admirals is commonplace. He doesn't care about the consequences. Saint Calmer, run! I'll buy you some time. CP0 is determined to buy time for the celestial dragons to escape. However, with his strength, he couldn't last more than a few minutes in Luonua's hands. Sure enough, 2 minutes later, the last CP0 was declared dead. After finishing all this, Luonua strolled to the side of Saint Calmer. By this time he had already fainted from fright. Go find a rope and a cross. Then Luonua said to the pirate minion closest to him. Oh, okay, I'll go right away. Although I don't know what Luonua is going to do, considering the method he just used, it is better to be obedient. Soon the rope and the cross were found. A few minutes later, a Tianlong was hung on the highest point of Mogu town, a bell tower. And both his hands and feet were chopped off. Seeing this, the pirates present looked at each other in bewilderment. Luonua committed such a serious crime, why didn't he run away? Maybe Admiral Marine is already on his way here. Little did they know that Luonua was waiting here for Admiral Marine to arrive. Extra, extra, extra! The evil one Luonua has caused trouble again. Really? What happened? On Gaia Island in the Grand Line, Luonua captured a celestial dragon. What? Did he take the initiative to capture the celestial dragons? That's right, the life or death of the Tianlong man he captured is unknown. After the Tian Shang Jin incident, he arrested World Noble again. 2 major events in a row that are enough to shock the world. Will the world government and the Marine headquarters go crazy now? Yes, I heard that the world government has sent a general to look for the whereabouts of the celestial dragons. How terrifying! At such a young age, he has such powerful abilities. I'm afraid his bounty will increase again. The above conversation is happening all over the world right now. After all, big news like the direct capture of the celestial dragons spreads as fast as a virus. Even as Luo Noa hung the celestial dragon on the bell tower, the pirates in Mogu Town couldn't help but spread the news. Luo Noa certainly did not stop them. He even hoped that the pirates would shout as loudly as possible. This is the only way to attract the Marine's attention and attract the Marine Admiral. He can also grow rapidly by fighting with Marine Admiral-level strongmen. As soon as the news came out, the whole world was once again shocked by what Luo Noa did. After all, there aren't many crazy pirate groups in the world that would kidnap a celestial dragon. Apart from the Rocks Pirates, only Luo Noa dares to do this. What's more, he is still a newcomer, which is enough to make people all over the world refresh their understanding of Luo Noa, the evil one, truly worthy of the name. At this moment, somewhere on the blue sea, a warship was sailing slowly. On the towering mast hangs the marine flag, a symbol of justice, coupled with the warship having a huge dog head carved on the bow. At first glance, it was clear that this was the Vice Admiral of the Marine Headquarters, the candidate for Admiral, who had frightened many pirates on the sea. Tekken Garp. On the deck, the marine cloak behind Garp rustled. The word justice also flutters in the sea breeze. Unlike his usual casual appearance, Garp is now gazing at the distant sea with a sharp gaze. No one knows what he is thinking at this moment. Lieutenant General Garp, this is a call from Admiral Sora. Soon, Marine came to Garp holding a Den Den Mushi. Den Den Mushi's appearance has the obvious mark of General Sora, an inverted mountain mustache on his chin. Without any hesitation, Garp answered the phone. Garp, did you find Luo Noa? As soon as the call was connected, Kong's anxious voice came from the other end. The Den Den Mushi at this moment directly highlighted Sora's nervous expression. Not yet, but soon. I heard from a nearby Marine that he seems to have entered the Grand Line and is staying on Gaia Island. You're calling at this time. What happened? Seeing this, Garp felt something was wrong. Normally, you would only see Admiral Kong with a serious expression like this when something shocking happened. Luo Noa did go to Gaia Island, and he captured a celestial dragon. Steel Bone Sora spoke very quickly. What? A celestial dragon was captured? Garp was stunned. It took such a short time to capture the celestial dragon. Luo Noa's methods are very fierce. Every move hit the target. From the moment he set out to sea, he must have been targeting the celestial dragons. Now, in less than a week, there was the Tianshangjian incident, plus this Tianlongren incident. What disturbed Garp the most was how he found the location of the celestial dragons. Fortunately, we haven't received any news of the death of the celestial dragons. Luo Noa has a blood feud with the celestial dragons, so he shouldn't kill them so quickly after capturing them. So you must find him as soon as possible, rescue the Tianlong people, and kill him on the spot, otherwise there will be endless troubles. Steel Bone Sora's tone suddenly became serious. So scary. This new guy is horrible. Less than 10 days after setting sail, they had already accomplished 2 world-shaking events. Just hijack the gold from the sky. This time, a real celestial dragon was captured, and his life or death is still unknown. When the 5 elders heard the news, they immediately issued a death order, asking Kong to send his general to strangle Luo Noa immediately. What's even more terrifying is that Luo Noa is not even 18 years old. Such powerful strength at such a young age. This child must not be allowed to stay. Garp, are you listening? Seeing that Garp didn't answer him, Gangakong asked hurriedly. General Kong, I'm listening. After a long silence, Garp finally responded from the other end of the line. You must understand the seriousness of this matter. According to my tip, Rox has sent the first Captain Whitebeard to find the whereabouts of Luo Noa. He's trying to win over Luo Nuo. These two people have a deep hatred for the celestial dragons. With Luo Nuo's current strength, if he can grow for a few more years, the consequences are beyond our imagination. Steel-boned Sora's tone was very serious. Obviously, this kind of thing must not be allowed to happen. The Rocks Pirates are already giving people a lot of headaches. Even with the current strength of the Rocks Pirates, it would take the Marines' most high-end combat power to barely suppress them. If another genius like Luo Nuo were to join, Marine might not be able to suppress the Rocks Pirates. Okay, I understand, General Kong. I will definitely complete the mission. Garp hung up the phone with an extremely complicated look on his face. Garp doesn't feel evil towards Luo Nuo. After all, Luo Nuo has not attacked any civilians so far. He captured the celestial dragons, and in Garp's opinion, that was even a way to get rid of harm to the people and uphold justice for Marine. After all, what the celestial dragons do is 10 times more evil than what the pirates do. However, if he wants to join the Rocks Pirates, I have to ask about it myself. Just as Admiral Sora said, the current Marine can still barely suppress the Rocks Pirates. But once Luo Nuo joins, the balance between the two forces will be destroyed. Gaia Island, huh? Garp then looked at the recorder, and found that Gaia Island was not far away. I'll go first, and you guys will follow later. Then Garp went to the top of the warship, jumped, and flew away on moonwalk. The Marines were left standing there in amazement. At the same time Garp set off. At this moment in the port of Gaia Island, there were many pirates waiting on the lookout. I witnessed with my own eyes how Luo Nuo treated the world-noble celestial dragons like pigs and dogs. And after doing all these things, Luo Nuo had no intention of escaping, but stayed on Gaia Island and waited for Admiral Marine. These pirate minions finally realized what a real pirate is. Compared to Luo Nuo, I am just playing a pirate game. So these pirate minions knelt down and begged to join Luo Nuo. However, Luo Nuo rejected them one by one. The pirates in the first half of the paradise were too weak, and their future opponents would be the world government and the Marine headquarters. A weak partner can only be a burden. These pirate minions were not discouraged, but spontaneously spread the word for Luo Nuo, trying to impress Luo Nuo and recruit them as his crew members. A ship is coming! Some sharp-eyed pirates discovered that a ship was heading towards Gaia Island. Is it Admiral Marine? No, not really. But. The pirates who saw who was coming were so trembling that they could hardly speak. Who on earth is that? That's Captain of the Rocks Pirates 1st Division, Edward Newgate, Whitebeard. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. After seeing who was coming, many pirates were so surprised that their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Edward Newgate with the white beard. In the Rocks Pirates, they overwhelmed many monsters including Shiki, Charlotte Linlin, John, Silver Axe, Achaku, etc. Become the captain of the Rocks Pirates 1st Division. The bounty is as high as 995 million. Its powerful strength is comparable to that of a Marine Admiral, and it is one of the top combat forces in this sea. What is such a strong man doing in this paradise? The pirates looked at Whitebeard with admiration. Their curiosity exploded. The man who was supposed to stir up trouble in the New World showed up in paradise. He definitely had a special purpose. Could it be that Whitebeard and Lord Luo Nuo are old friends? Or maybe Whitebeard is here to drink? No matter what his purpose is, Mogu Town will probably not be peaceful from now on. This news must be reported to Lord Luo Nuo as soon as possible. Finally found it! Luo Nuo! After mooring the sailboat at the port, Whitebeard was the first to activate his observation hockey. In this Gaia Island, there is an aura that is clearly different from the pirate minions. Even in the paradise in the first half of the Grand Line, there is no such aura that even Whitebeard could feel. Combined with the rumors these days, the Luo Nuo he was looking for was most likely on this island. After landing, Whitebeard did not stroll around, but went straight towards the powerful aura sensed by his observation hockey. With Whitebeard's speed, he reached Demon Valley Town from the port in just a few breaths. This is a celestial dragon! Originally, He wanted to find Luo Noa directly, but as soon as Whitebeard stepped into the Demon Valley town, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. The scorching sun was baking, and the air was faintly filled with the pungent smell of blood and sweat. Looking up, under the dazzling sunlight, I saw a limbless Tianlong tied up on the clock tower at the highest point of Mogu town. The originally noble space suit had long been soaked with dirty blood, and the blood stains on the broken limbs had been scorched by the hot sun. The original arrogance of world noble is long gone, and it looks like a fat pig that has been slaughtered. Save me, I still want to survive. At this time, he was still mumbling, and it seemed that he was still holding on to his breath. The world government must be mad for treating the celestial dragons like this. Whitebeard smiled faintly, then his expression suddenly changed and he came to his senses. It seems like something is wrong. Generally, those who attack the celestial dragons will quickly run away after they are done. After all, if something happens to the celestial dragons, Marine will immediately dispatch its most powerful generals. But why hasn't this guy left yet? Or maybe there is someone else with such a powerful aura on this island? Before Whitebeard could figure it out, the next moment. Boom! A terrifying sword energy suddenly attacked from the tavern in front of Whitebeard. Bang! Whitebeard's reaction was not slow either. The moment the sword energy was about to touch him, he immediately raised the Kusakomo Kirii and covered the Kusakomo Kirii with the armament color domineering. There was a metallic sound of iron clashing in the air. Sizzle! Whitebeard was knocked back 2 meters, and the powerful recoil of his heels crushed the ground before he was able to block the attack. What a fierce slash, at least at the level of a great swordsman. Whitebeard evaluated the slash in his mind, and at the same time stared straight at the tavern where the sword energy came from. The next moment, a figure walked out. He is about 2 meters tall and wears a fitted white shirt and black trousers. Dressed neatly. Luono, it's really you. You didn't leave Gaia Island, it's beyond my expectation. Whitebeard was also slightly surprised when he saw Luo Noa. After torturing the celestial dragon into such a state, he actually did not leave, but stayed there leisurely. Isn't this guy afraid that the Marine General will come and hunt him down? Huh! Whitebeard! Why is it you? I thought it was Admiral Marine! After seeing the person coming, Luo Noa was also stunned. After all, he had never seen Whitebeard before and was not familiar with Whitebeard's aura. His observation hockey only detected a powerful presence landing on the island, and Luo Noa thought it was a Marine admiral who was coming to hunt him down, so he took the initiative to attack. But I didn't expect it to be Whitebeard. At this time, Whitebeard was very young, with long flowing golden hair draped over his shoulders. If it weren't for the iconic crescent-shaped beard and the Kusuno Kiri in his hand, Luo Noa almost wouldn't have recognized him. You thought it was Admiral Marine? Good fellow, are you really waiting here for Admiral Marine to come? Whitebeard suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. This guy is really waiting for Admiral Marine to arrive. Good boy, you are playing big. Although he is not even 20 years old, he is decisive and ruthless, and his madness is no less than those heroes on the Rock's ship. At least kill the celestial dragons and wait for this kind of thing. Whitebeard can guarantee that except for rocks, no one in the entire ocean can do such a crazy thing. What else? But what is your purpose of coming here? Luo Noa asked. In fact, when Luo Noa saw Whitebeard, he could guess his purpose. Given Rox's talent-conscious nature, Whitebeard must be here to recruit him. Although he also intended to join the Rock's pirates, Luo Noa had to pretend that he didn't know. After all, there was no way he would rush to join the Rock's pirates. Luo Noa was well aware that those who lick one's bootlicker will not have a good end. What's more, since Whitebeard is here, it would be a big loss if I don't pick up something. Join my team, Luo Noa! Without any assessment, you will be the vice-captain directly. Whitebeard thought for a while and answered sincerely. In fact, the task that Rox originally gave to Whitebeard was to have Whitebeard recruit Luo Noa. It can be seen that after seeing Luo Noa, Whitebeard became selfish. This guy was so confident that he beat up the celestial dragons and waited for the marine to come. It seems that he is very confident in his own ability, and dares to take responsibility. Haven't I been looking for such a reliable crew member? So Whitebeard decided to invite Luo Noa to join his team. You rocks love talents, but I Whitebeard don't love talents either? Damn, they actually invited Lord Luo Noa to join, did I hear it right? As soon as he opened his mouth, he mentioned the position of vice captain. Isn't that second only to Whitebeard himself? You are worthy of being Lord Luo Noa. That's right. When he got rich, I heard that Whitebeard himself didn't like money, and he gave most of his money to his subordinates. I'm so envious. I also want to follow Lord Luo Noa and Whitebeard. Tisk, look at your ugly face, you want to go, do they want you? Damn it, what did you say? I'll beat you to death. Come on, who's afraid of who? At this time, almost all the pirates on Gaia Island were present. The pirate minions gathered in a circle, talking among themselves. After all, in paradise, it is rare to see pirates with bounties over 300 million, not to mention the two in front of you, one with a bounty of 500 million and the other with a bounty of nearly 1 billion. For the pirate minions in these paradises, it is difficult to see such a big man in person in their lifetime. Lord Luo Noa, will you agree to Whitebeard's request? The pirates present were concentrating and holding their breath. Whitebeard was also a little nervous. He didn't want to miss such a high-quality crew member. Ha ha ha, if you want to invite me on board, you have to show some real skills. What do you think, Whitebeard? Luo Noa thought for a while and then said to Whitebeard. Although Whitebeard has not reached his peak yet, he is not far from it, and his strength is at least at the admiral level. Now that we are here, wouldn't it be a shame if we don't have a fight? Gulala, good boy, if you want to fight, I'm always here to accompany you. Whitebeard was stunned at first, then burst into laughter. He would love nothing more than to have a fight. Buzz! As soon as he finished speaking, the next moment, Whitebeard immediately burst out with the terrifying Conqueror's domineering aura. On the streets of Mogu Town, a sudden gust of wind blew up out of nowhere. Immediately afterwards, a dark red air wave with an extremely strong sense of oppression surged out from Whitebeard's body. He rushed towards Luo Noa extremely fast. Ding, congratulations to the host for picking up Conqueror's domineering, high level, current progress, 69%. That's what makes it fun! The system's voice sounded, and Luo Noa's eyes flashed with a rapid light. Leisurely. Boom! Luo Noa also unleashed his Conqueror's aura. The same dark red air wave rushed out and hit Whitebeard's Conquerors directly. As soon as the two powerful wind waves came into contact, it seemed as if a level 10 typhoon was blowing around them, with violent energy fluctuations. Exploded instantly. Crackling, crackling. There was a fierce sound of electricity in the air, and dark red lightning was everywhere. It's so dangerous, run away from here. Don't get involved in their fight. Oh my god, this is a high-level Conqueror's collision. The next moment, some of the pirates who were watching around quickly found a safe place to hide. Some who were slow to react fell to the ground with their eyes turning white and they passed out. Ding, congratulations to the host for picking up Conqueror's domineering, advanced, current progress, 79%. Ding, congratulations to the host for picking up Conqueror's domineering, advanced, current progress, 82%. Ding, congratulations to the host for picking up Conqueror's domineering, advanced, current progress, 97%. The Conqueror's duel lasted for several minutes, and Luo Noa's system kept sending notifications. Whitebeard's Conqueror's aura is indeed extraordinary, and he is growing too fast. Ding, congratulations to the host for picking up Conqueror's domineering, advanced, current progress, 100%. Ding, congratulations to host Conqueror's domineering breakthrough. As the progress was made, Luo Noa felt a huge amount of energy instantly pouring into his body. My Conquerors has successfully reached the top level, and is only one step away from the god level. Not only that, according to Luo Noa's estimation, the power of the top-level Conqueror's domineering power is at least 3 times stronger than that of the advanced level. As expected of you, you are the captain of the Rocks Pirates' First Division, but it's too early to invite me aboard. Luo Noa smiled slightly, and the next moment, he took a step forward with both feet. Boom! Inside his body, Conqueror's domineering aura burst out again, and the dark red air wave surrounding Luo Noa became more and more intense. Snap, snap! At the same time, the critical point that had maintained a delicate balance suddenly began to lose balance. Luo Noa's dark red air wave clearly had the upper hand, constantly eroding Whitebeard's air wave. Whitebeard's figure was also retreating step by step. Luo Noa's conquerors actually overwhelmed Whitebeard for a moment. This, Lord Luo Noa's conquerors actually suppressed Whitebeard. Oh my God! How is this possible? It's so scary! The pirates watching were all stunned. Whitebeard is a famous pirate, the second in command of the Rocks Pirates, with a bounty of 995 million Baileys. But now, he was suppressed by Luo Noa. No matter what, Luo Noa had just gone out to sea and had only been famous for less than a month. As expected of a man who offered a 500 million bounty for the first time. Looks like it was a mistake. At the same time, Whitebeard's expression was slightly serious. Originally, I was afraid that if I attacked with all my strength, I would hurt Luo Noa. Now it seems that I was too hasty and underestimated Luo Noa. It seems that I have to go all out. Otherwise, losing to a boy who just went to sea in front of so many people would be a disgrace to me. Thinking of this, Whitebeard suddenly exerted his strength and mobilized all the Conqueror's domineering aura in his body. The dark red domineering aura rose up into the sky, like a giant dragon, pulling the original imbalance back to a balanced state. There is no doubt that Whitebeard will no longer hold back and go all out at this moment. But even so, the double-fired Conqueror's domineering power still maintained the balance. Crash, crash! As the momentum of both sides reached its peak, the air wave at the center began to flash with dazzling black sparks. The extreme energy fluctuations swept around like a bulldozer. The ground, trees, houses, and boulders seemed to be made of paper and were easily crushed into powder by this extreme energy. Gulala, gulala! Interesting, really interesting. The smile on Whitebeard's face became even more intense. At this moment, he had a completely new assessment of Luo Noa. I really didn't expect that Luo Noa's conqueror's power was comparable to mine. This guy is obviously less than 20 years old. What on earth did he grow up eating? At the same time, Whitebeard also secretly made up his mind to win over Luo Noa and let him join his team. Such a genius, I must not miss it. At this time, a smile gradually appeared on Luo Noa's face. Cool. So cool. It's been a long time since I had such a satisfying battle. All of a sudden, his conqueror's dominance was upgraded to a higher level, from advanced to top level. This also means that his conqueror's domineering power has reached the level of the 4 emperors. He is worthy of being the world's strongest man, who later ruled an era. An expert can tell the difference with just one move. Look, what is that? At this moment, one of the pirates watching suddenly pointed his finger to the sky. Then, the pirates who had encountered each other looked up. The next moment, everyone opened their mouths in shock, unable to speak for a long time. I saw Luo Noa and Whitebeard Conqueror's domineering collision right above. The clouds split. The neat cracks looked as if someone had chopped them open with a knife. The sky split in two. Is this a clash of top conquerors? The pirates present looked at each other in bewilderment, and at the same time were extremely grateful that they could witness it with their own eyes. At the same time, the 2 people at the center of the storm had a cold look in their eyes. Then, as if they were in sync, the 2 of them suddenly withdrew their momentum. This scene puzzled the pirates watching. What's going on? Hasn't the winner been decided yet? Why did they suddenly stop fighting? Gaia Island, Mogu Town. At this time in the town of Mogu, all the houses, roads and trees on both sides of the street had been completely destroyed. It looked as if it had been hit by a nuclear bomb. The 2 culprits, who turned Mogu Town into this state, also restrained their momentum at this moment. Seeing this, the many pirate minions watching were stunned. The battle between the two great pirates, Whitebeard and Luo Noa, was a feast for the eyes of these minions, so why did they just stop? It is obviously still a long way from determining the winner between the two. Gulala, if we keep using Conqueror's hockey like this for 3 days and 3 nights, there will be no winner. Whitebeard grinned and spoke first. Although Luo Noa is just a rookie pirate in terms of seniority. But in the world of pirates, strength is everything. As a veteran pirate, Whitebeard openly admitted that his Conqueror's hockey is on par with Luo Noa's. You know, not every veteran pirate has the courage to generously admit that he is on equal footing with the newcomers. As expected of a man who competes with Roger for the throne, his heart is as broad as Roger's. Whitebeard's words also won Luo Noa's favor. You are worthy of being the second in command of the Rocks Pirates. Today I was able to feast my eyes and witness the demeanor of the top pirate of this era. Luo Noa and Whitebeard had a business deal. In fact, it's not really a case of praising each other. Whitebeard can indeed be regarded as one of the people standing at the top of this era. Of course, the highest peak is definitely the Rocks. Gulala, interesting newcomer. At this moment, Whitebeard laughed loudly but suddenly stopped laughing, then stabbed the Kusukumiki into the ground and disappeared on the spot. This action instantly excited the surrounding pirates. Conqueror's domineering confrontation has come to an end, and the two masters should decide the winner in other fields. Luo Noa also had a serious expression on his face at this moment, and immediately focused all his attention on his observation hockey. Whitebeard, is he going to? After sensing Whitebeard's breath, Luo Noa suddenly relaxed. Sure enough, a few seconds later, Whitebeard's tall figure appeared in Mogu Town again. But when he appeared this time, he held a 3-meter-high wine gourd in each hand. It turned out that this guy had gone to get some wine from the sailboat in the harbor. It's been a while since I had such a satisfying fight. This is yours, go ahead. After saying that, Whitebeard threw the 3-meter-high wine gourd to Luo Noa. To enjoy the battle, you should drink some wine to cheer yourself up. Luo Noa caught it steadily and immediately understood Whitebeard's thoughts. Gulala, that's exactly what I meant, Luo Noa. Whitebeard laughed loudly, and suddenly felt that Luo Noa seemed to understand him very well. He understands himself better than anyone else on the Rocks ship. Cheers! Whitebeard raised the wine gourd with one hand. Luo Noa also lifted the 3-meter-high wine gourd effortlessly. Gulp, gulp. The two of them sat on the ground and drank happily. The pirates present were completely confused by this scene. What happened to these two people? He started drinking while fighting? What is this rule? You should take advantage of the other person's drinking time to suddenly exert force and take him down in one fell swoop. At this time, Whitebeard and Luo Noa easily saw through the thoughts of these pirate minions. The two of them just laughed it off. How can a sparrow know a swan? A sneak attack? That's a tactic only minions would use. The truly magnanimous and strong people will always respect each other. Gulp, gulp. Two people were drinking in the street. In less than 5 minutes, the 3-meter-high wine gourd was completely empty. Good alcohol tolerance. Whitebeard glanced at Luo Noa and was surprised to find that he was still standing awake. At less than 20 years old, Conqueror's dominance is comparable to mine. Can he drink so much? When I was Luo Noa's age, I was still a little kid. Whitebeard is getting more and more curious. What on earth did this guy eat to grow up? Then, Whitebeard changed the subject and went straight to the point. Gulala, Luo Noa, to be honest with you, I've never met someone as compatible with you as I am. Join my team. In my team, you can do whatever you want. Whitebeard stared at Luo Noa and said sincerely. Sincerity is indeed the ultimate killer move. Coupled with Whitebeard's personal charm, which is comparable to Roger's. This forced Luo Noa to squint his eyes and think seriously. Of course, Whitebeard's conditions were also very good. In his squad, I am directly the vice captain. And he can do whatever he wants. It can be said that he is on an equal footing with Whitebeard. And Whitebeard is one of the few reliable captains on the Rocks ship. When there is danger, you can rest assured and leave your back to Whitebeard. But Luo Noa also has his own dignity. In fact, when Luo Noa went out to sea, he wanted to create his own pirate group. But think about it, in this era, most of the strong people are in the Rock's pirate group. Other potential talents are in Roger's pirate group. Even if I set up a group on my own, where can I find good crew members? So he decided to join the Rock's pirates. I can join the Rock's pirates, but I have to be the captain. After thinking for a long time, Luo Noa finally answered Whitebeard. The answer also surprised Whitebeard slightly. But on second thought, with Luo Noa's ability, it would be a waste of talent for him to stay in his own team. With his strength, he is qualified to be the captain of the Rock's pirates. Even judging from his potential, if he grows a few more years, he might be able to become the deputy captain. You can tell Rocks that I won't join without the captaincy. Luo Noa didn't know that Whitebeard had thought so much, so he continued. Don't worry, with your ability, you are more than qualified to be promoted to captain. You don't even need to tell Rocks. Whitebeard waved his hand. There are frequent internal conflicts within the Rock's pirates. The crew members often killed each other. But on this ship, the only advantage is strength. Regardless of age or seniority. It doesn't matter what time you board the ship. As long as you are strong enough, you are the captain of the squad. Just because Luo Noa has Conqueror's aura that is comparable to his own, Rocks will take the initiative to give him the position of team captain even if he doesn't ask. Welcome to the Rock's Pirates! Cheers! Even though he didn't become his vice captain, Whitebeard was still happy about Luo Noa's joining. This also means that in the future, he finally found a reliable partner on the Rock's ship. This made Whitebeard happier than anything else. Bang! The two clinked their glasses again and drank. But soon, Luo Noa and Whitebeard suddenly looked at each other. The next moment, the two saw a wary look in each other's eyes. Someone is approaching Gaia Island quickly. And this person's strength is no weaker than either Whitebeard or Luo Noa. On the streets of Demon Valley Town, Whitebeard and Luo Noa were both stunned at this moment. Both of them sensed it with their observation haki. There is a very powerful aura, rushing towards here at a very fast speed. Do you feel it? Whitebeard, a guest is coming. Luo Noa suddenly stood up and looked up at the sky. The aura of the newcomer is no weaker than that of Whitebeard. It seems that you are also very accomplished in observation haki. Whitebeard also stood up, threw away the wine gourd, and pulled out the kusanokiri that was stuck in the ground. What's wrong with these two? Are they going to fight again? The pirates watching also noticed that Whitebeard and Luo Noa's auras had changed again. The two people seemed to be on guard. Could it be that they were going to fight again? Just as the minions were puzzled, suddenly, an agile figure appeared in the sky. Someone is coming. Who is this person who can actually fly in the sky? How did he do that? The pirates were stunned. With their knowledge, they didn't know that this move was called Moonwalk, one of the 6 marine moves. Soon, the figure got closer and closer, and when it reached the sky above Demon Valley Town, everyone finally saw who was coming. A neat short black hair. A conspicuous scar extends from below the left eye to above it. The broad figure almost bursts the marine uniform, combined with the fluttering marine cloak behind him. It's not someone else who comes. The current Vice Admiral of the Marine Headquarters and one of the 3 candidates for Marine Admiral. Tekken Garp. Although he is a candidate for General, Garp undoubtedly has the strength of a general. Once the position of General becomes vacant, Garp will immediately take the position of General. Are you here? The savior of the Celestial Dragons. So soon? Marine really sent out a general. It's actually Iron Fist Garp. He's the most popular Marine right now. When the pirates present saw Garp, they instinctively fled in all directions. Not to mention a vice admiral from the headquarters like Garp, these pirate minions could only flee when they saw a vice admiral from a branch. Garp! After seeing Garp, Whitebeard and Luo Noa were also startled. Here comes a tough character. Without any fruit abilities, he made countless pirates tremble in fear with just a pair of iron fists. Although he is just a mortal, he can fight fiercely with all the pirates and not lose. Garp is so powerful. Madara! Damn it, are we late? At this time, Garp also began to look around the scene. He saw at a glance the two people below him. Luo Noa, and the captain of Rock's first team, Edward Newgate with white beard. It seems that what General Sora said was true. Rock's really sent Whitebeard to recruit Luo Noa. Then look at the surrounding environment. The whole street was razed to the ground. On my way here just now, I also felt the Conqueror's domineering confrontation that just took place here. Without a doubt, the two people who possessed Conqueror's domineering power at the scene could only be Whitebeard and Luo Noa. These two people must have been fighting using Conquerors just now. What frightened Garp even more was that, based on the environment at the scene, Whitebeard and Luo Noa appeared to be unharmed. The Conqueror's dominance of the two is equally matched. Luo Noa's Conquerors and Whitebeard are equally matched. Garp was sweating over his own guess. This kid's strength seems to be far more than the high-level Conquerors revealed in the intelligence, but a top-level Conquerors. Good boy, before the age of 20, Conquerors has reached the top level. Looking at the human pig, celestial dragon hanging on the highest bell tower, Garp's eyes were filled with disgust. If it weren't for these useless Tianlong people being lawless, they wouldn't have created a monster like Luo Noa. I didn't expect, Garp, that Marine would actually send you here. It's really beyond my expectation. Luo Noa noticed the disgust in Garp's eyes when he saw the celestial dragons in the sky. This is interesting. The Marine executives must also know that Garp has always been at odds with the celestial dragons. Why would Marine send a guy who hates celestial dragons to hunt him down? Aren't you afraid that the other party will let you go? Luo Noa, I have read your information and know about your past with the celestial dragons, so I took the initiative to apply for the mission to capture you. Garp also spoke up to answer Luo Noa's question. Oh? Then who do you think represents the evil in this world, me or the celestial dragons? Luo Noa asked jokingly. I won't answer questions like that. But I can tell you that I don't hate you for the crime you committed. But if you join the Rock's pirates, it will be different. After saying this, Garp's domineering aura gradually became stronger. This has obvious warning implications. In addition to hunting down celestial dragons, the Rock's pirates also target many innocent people. If you join a gang like this, you are also part of the evil. In the name of justice, I will bring you to justice. Garp said word by word. I must stop Luo Noa from joining the Rock's pirates. At this moment, suddenly, Whitebeard took action. Wielding the supreme sword Kusuga Kumokiri, a sharp flying slash rose from the ground. With the power of the Paramecia Tremor fruit, the air was even cracked by this slash. Shave! Garp's reaction was not slow either. He instantly disappeared from the spot and appeared on the ground, dodging the flying slash. The slashing blows soared into the sky, shattering the clouds in the sky. Stop talking nonsense, Garp. Luo Noa is now a member of the Rock's pirates. If you have the ability, try to take Luo Noa away. Whitebeard looked at Garp and said in a deep voice. This is Whitebeard's mindset. Once he recognizes you as a partner or a friend, he will immediately help you out. Hateful! Hearing this, Garp felt his heart sink into the abyss. They actually reached an agreement. Luo Noa really joined the Rock's pirates. This is bad. It was already extremely difficult for Marine to suppress the Rock's pirates with the current strength. If another genius joins the team now, Marine will most likely be suppressed in the future. More importantly, Garp knew that he couldn't deal with both Whitebeard and Luo Noa at the same time. Once Luo Noa and Whitebeard escape, the situation in the entire ocean will be reversed. Marine, it is very likely that they will no longer be able to suppress the Rock's pirates. Whitebeard, no rush. At this moment, suddenly, Luo Noa stretched out a hand and stood in front of Whitebeard. Garp, you want to arrest me, don't you? I'll give you a chance. How about you and me, 1v1, and a real man's duel? Luo Noa looked at Garp, with a burning light flashing in his eyes. Garp, how about a real man's duel? There was a burning light in Luo Noa's eyes. I finally got a general, so of course I can't let him go. After all, this is the Iron Fist, Garp, who is best at dominating, and the Marine hero, in the future. Hearing this, Whitebeard and Garp were both startled. What the hell is this guy up to? 1v1? Are you so confident? Luo, no, are you sure? The enemy is the Marine. I believe the news has reached the Marine headquarters by now. The Marines must have sent reinforcements, Whitebeard said, relying on his years of experience fighting Marines. The most troublesome thing about fighting against Marines is that the Marines' support always comes unexpectedly. Fast. Accurate. Ruthless. Originally, there might be only one general chasing you. But as the battle progresses, it is very likely that another general will appear in the blink of an eye. If the fight continues, maybe the third general will appear. If they don't retreat, it is very likely that more powerful people will continue to emerge. This is why pirates will subconsciously retreat when they see Marine. Sometimes it's not that you can't defeat the Marine in front of you, but that reinforcements suddenly appear behind you at any time. It's okay, I'm sure, trust me, Luo No said confidently. Even if the Marine sent another general to reinforce, Luo No was 100% sure of escaping. I have a trump card that will make Marine dare not act rashly. Luo No also doesn't want to miss this rare opportunity to become stronger. The opponent is Iron Fist Garp. Well, since you insist, I'll listen to you this time. Seeing Luo No so confident, Whitebeard stopped trying to persuade him. I don't know why, but I just believe this little devil. We haven't known each other for long, but why do I trust him so much? Maybe it's because everything Luo No does always surprises people. Just like this time, he suddenly wanted to challenge Garp. How about it, Garp? Since Whitebeard won't fight, how about we have a manly duel? Luo No looked at Garp and smiled. Garp was the top hockey user among the pirates, and Luo No would never miss a fight with him. Okay, if I win, then you leave the Rocks Pirates, and you can't join them again. Garp nodded and decided to accept the duel. The reason is simple: in a 1v1 match, Garp is confident that he will not lose to anyone. Okay, I promise you. Luo No had a faint smile on his face. Did I hear that correctly? Lord Luo No actually wants to have a 1v1 with Garp. That's Iron Fist Garp, is what Lord Luo No said true? He and Whitebeard could have teamed up to defeat Garp, but he still chose to go 1v1. Is this the spirit of a great pirate? Come on, open the market! Anyone betting? I bet on Garp to win, that's Iron Fist Garp. I bet on Luo No to win. Lord Luo No tied with the man with Whitebeard. The pirates present were extremely excited. I didn't expect to see such a fierce battle again. Not only that, this group of pirates actually started gambling on the spot. Little devils, be quiet! Whitebeard smashed Kusakuni Kirito heavily to the ground. The pirates were so frightened that their bodies froze and they shut their mouths tightly. The scene suddenly became quiet, and even a pin drop could be heard clearly. Let's get started! Soon, under the gaze of hundreds of pirates and Whitebeard, Garp and Luo No stood face to face. The momentum of both sides continued to rise, and the surrounding airflow formed a whistling momentum as the momentum changed. It's like a warning before a storm. Then, a person suddenly disappeared from the spot. The first to take action was Garp. Garp clenched his fists and veins popped out on his forehead. The majestic body instantly burst out with the momentum of a ferocious beast. Boom! Iron Fist, fist bone! Like a human cannonball, he disappeared instantly. In a breath, he appeared in front of everyone again. When he appeared, he was within a punch distance of Luo No. Garp punched out with a punch, and a considerable amount of armament hockey was attached to his fist. What a fast speed, and great power! Luo No's expression was stern, and the next moment he crossed his hands and put them in front of his chest. Boom! As expected, Luo No was knocked back dozens of meters by this blow. The force was so strong that even 2 deep scratches were left on the ground. He actually knocked Lord Luo No away with just one punch. What a powerful force, Iron Fist Garp! Everyone present was shocked. I thought it was a battle of equal strength, but I didn't expect Luo Noa to be the first to be defeated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully picking up power 8554. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully picking up speed 949. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully picking up the advanced armament hockey, current progress, 79%. A huge amount of power instantly surged into Luo Noa's body. As expected of Iron Fist, Luo Noa wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled. As expected, he picked up a large amount of strength points at once, plus armed color domineering. I have to say, the title of Iron Fist is indeed appropriate. As expected, he is the man who defeated rocks in the Valley of the Gods in the original work. But this is also the reason why I want to propose a 1v1 with Garp. I want to use this battle to quickly improve my strength. In a split second, Garp launched a second attack, not giving Luo Noa any chance to catch his breath. Iron Fist Meteorite! It was another powerful punch, mixed with strong armed color domineering. As expected, Luo Noa was defeated again. A trace of blood also flowed out from the corner of his mouth. However, this time, the distance of the repulsion was obviously closer than the last time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully picking up power 6987. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully picking up speed 769. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully picking up the advanced armament hockey, current progress, 91%. Keep going, Garp! Feeling the power pouring in, Luo Noa wiped the blood and smiled. Seeing this, Garp's expression changed significantly. Surprised. Doubtful. The power of the second punch is even more powerful than the first one. However, the distance of the knockback has obviously become closer. And his own observation hockey also felt that after the first punch, Luo Noa's strength suddenly increased a lot. What's wrong with this kid? Is he testing me? Not only Garp, but even Whitebeard noticed this subtle change and was somewhat stunned. After Luo Noa experienced the first punch from Garp, his momentum in the second punch was significantly stronger. But Luo Noa was obviously easier to deal with. Did Luo Noa deliberately hide his strength? Or maybe he is the type that gets stronger in battle. As for the pirate minions, they were completely unaware of these details. All I know is that Luo Noa has been repelled twice, and it seems that his momentum has been completely suppressed by Garp. Lord Luo Noa seems to be at a disadvantage. That's right, there's no way to stop the power of Iron Fist, Garp. No way, Lord Luo Noa won't lose. The pirate minions present all felt something was wrong. Judging from the situation, it is completely one-sided. Shut up! Whitebeard shouted angrily, scaring the pirates so much that they shut their mouths tightly again. Your strength seems to be growing. Or are you intentionally hiding your strength? Garp did not choose to attack again, but asked. He wanted to confirm his guess. If he really grew up in battle, then the danger to Luo Noa would increase several levels. Hearing this, Whitebeard naturally looked towards Luo Noa. His observation hockey could also sense that Luo Noa's momentum had been growing since the battle began. I just don't know if this is the growth he gained in battle, or if he is deliberately concealing his strength. As expected of Iron Fist Garp, you figured it out so quickly? Since the other party had asked, there was no need for Luo Noa to hide it. For a master who is good at observing, hiding things actually has no effect. Thinking back to the time when Roger was the same, he could see through everything with just a simple fight. Garp is a strong man who relies purely on physical skills, and his observation hockey is definitely not inferior to Roger. Is it true that I am getting stronger through fighting? And so quickly? After receiving Luo Noa's answer, Garp was completely stunned and his face unconsciously became solemn. It seems that what I just saw was not just my illusion. This guy really grew rapidly in battle. Danger. It's really dangerous. Luo Noa's danger level must be upgraded again. A reward of 500 million is not enough. Garp, now it's my turn. At this moment, Luo Noa also felt that it was about time. After those 2 pickups, Luo Noa felt that his strength seemed to have more than doubled. It's time to test the results of growth. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Noa's figure disappeared from the spot. The battle with Garp just now not only improved Luo Noa's strength, but also greatly increased his speed. Now Luo Noa's speed is no slower than Garp's. Whoosh! In a flash, when Garp predicted Luo Noa's behavior and wanted to leave the place, Luo Noa has already flashed in front of Garp. He raised his right hand, and the strong armament hockey covered his arm, dyeing it ink black. The momentum was rising wildly, and the air around Luo Noa formed a terrifying air wave. Concentrate all your energy, accumulate all your strength at one point, and then penetrate your entire right arm. Then, swing it out suddenly. Then, it exploded. Hiss! Because the huge force that has been accumulated for a long time is released instantly at an extremely small point. The high-intensity pressure suddenly expanded like an explosion. There was a sonic boom in the air caused by friction. This guy when did. The next moment, Garp's eyes widened and he just stood there in a daze. I even forgot to dodge. Because the moves that Luo Noa used were not ordinary fists. It was the move he had just used, Iron Fist. That's right. The system can pick up more than just domineering, measurements, swordsmanship, physical skills, etc. The system can pick up everything. Moves can naturally be picked up. Iron Fist Meteorite! Boom! A punch was thrown, accompanied by a terrifying sonic boom, and before Garp could react, it hit the opponent's chest fiercely. The wind was raging, and terrifying air waves were emitted from Luo Noa's fist. In the center of the Iron Fist, a spiral airflow visible to the naked eye appeared. Sizzle! The airflow continued to spread, and spider web-like cracks appeared on the streets. Garp was hit, his feet left the ground instantly, and he flew away like a cannonball. Crash, crash, crash! Then they smashed several buildings in a row before finally stopping. As expected of Garp's Iron Fist, it's really amazing! Feeling the destructive power of the previous attack, Luo Noa admired in his heart. The way and principle of power generation of this Iron Fist are completely different from ordinary straight punches. A normal straight punch uses one's own strength. The power of your straight punch is determined by your own strength. This is Garp's self-created Iron Fist that utilizes another extremely ingenious way and principle of force generation. Directly increase the destructive power of the fist itself several times. The greater your own strength, the greater the multiplier. It is an ace-killer move that can help the strong to increase their upper limit. After all, at the level of General Emperor, the difference in combat power is not that obvious. It would take at least 3 days and 3 nights for a powerful emperor to truly determine the winner. In this case, a trick that can increase the damage limit becomes extremely important. Iron Fist was invented by Garp with this idea in mind. What a great Iron Fist! It feels so comfortable. After such a short fight, my strength has grown significantly again. Sure enough, choosing a one-on-one fight is the wisest choice. Luo Noa, you are definitely a genius! On the side, Whitebird was so excited that his hands were shaking. How is that possible? How is that possible? There are such geniuses in the world? Just now, he was knocked away by Garp's 2 consecutive punches. But now he actually punched Garp back and knocked him away. What made Whitebeard tremble with excitement was the move that Luo Noa used. It was none other than the Iron Fist that Garp had just used in front of him. What a powerful talent this is! It only takes one fight to use it. No wonder this guy has made such great progress after only being out to sea for such a short time. My judgment was indeed correct. It is no exaggeration to say that this is the most gifted guy I have ever seen in all my years of traveling the sea. With Luo Noa's terrifying learning talent, he will definitely surpass Rox in the future. At this moment, all the pirate minions present were stunned. How come the situation suddenly reversed? We were clearly at a disadvantage just now. Luo Noa, you are really a dangerous person. Garp also stood up from the ruins at this moment, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Several ribs were broken, but for a physical monster like Garp, these were minor injuries that could be ignored. Garp's face, on the other hand, was so gloomy that it looked like water might drip out of it. At this moment, Garp was as shocked as Whitebeard. Luo Noa is definitely the most terrifying guy I have ever seen in all my years of sailing across the sea. Just after 2 fights, he has already learned his own secret Iron Fist. You know, this Iron Fist took more than 10 years of hard work to create this special fist. It can increase its destructive power several times. It was so easy for Luo Noa to learn it. This guy's talent can no longer be described as monstrous. No wonder Luo Noa didn't run away after capturing the celestial dragons. Is this a strong confidence in one's own talent? I wonder what General Kong would think when he knew that Luo Noa had such a terrifying talent. If he had known this would happen, he would have led Sengoku and Zifa to strangle Luo Noa. We must not let Luo Noa join the Rocks Pirates. Garp was even more determined at this moment that he would stop Luo Noa here. The Rocks Pirates cannot allow such an awesome person to exist. We can't let Luo Noa join the Rocks Pirates. Garp was extremely confident. Such a genius will definitely affect the balance between the two major forces. But it's okay. I still have a chance. We must defeat Luo Noa here. And the next time you strike, you must go all out and win with one strike. If he is not knocked down, he will probably become stronger. By the way, such an enemy is really tricky. Bring it on! Garp shouted angrily, and his momentum suddenly rose rapidly. The next moment, his originally broad chest suddenly swelled again. Marine's straight white uniform was torn apart in an instant, revealing his muscular body with veins all over his body. The surrounding air formed a whirlwind wave with Garp as the center. Huge wind and waves spread out, exuding a fierce sense of oppression. There is no doubt that the next attack should be full fire. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully picking up 7,826 points of strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully picking up 6,587 points of strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully picking up Armament Hockey, Advanced, Current Progress, 93%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully picking up the Armament Hockey, Advanced, Current Progress, 95%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully picking up Armament Hockey, Advanced, Current Progress, 97%. Interesting. Looking at Garp's rising momentum, Luo Noa's expression also became serious. Having picked up such a huge amount of harvest at once, Garp is going to give it his all. The next blow will determine the outcome. Sure enough, the next moment. Boom! In the space of a breath, Garp's figure disappeared instantly. 6th Style's secret technique, Fist Bone Meteor! The next moment, Garp appeared beside Luo Noa. The combination of the 6 styles and the absolute strike of the Iron Fist gave people the feeling that even a small mountain would be smashed to pieces if hit by this fist. As expected of Iron Fist, God avoids. Feeling the terrifying energy contained in this punch, Luo Noa quickly drew out Kotetsu and activated Divine Evasion. That's right, Divine Evasion is Roger's unique skill. After fighting Roger last time, Luo Noa naturally learned this unique skill as well. After all, Garp's fist is really strong, and Luo Noa has to go all out. Divine Avoidance is undoubtedly one of Roger's killer moves. Like Iron Fist, Divine Avoidance has a huge bonus to swordsmanship. Boom! The clash of fists and swords. In an instant, the powerful collision of their domineering aura and strength caused a terrifying wave of air to erupt. The air waves continued to leak out, and visible red lightning and cracks appeared in the air. In the sky, the magnificent sight of the clouds breaking appeared again. This guy is actually good at using a sword. Garp felt the terrifying energy coming from the opponent's sword, and his heart was shocked again. Able to withstand his own 6th style secret technique, Iron Fist. At least, his swordsmanship is at the level of a great swordsman. Garp once again has a new judgment on Luo Noa. This guy is domineering, and he has experience in both physical and swordsmanship. In addition to the fruit ability, he is also a hexagonal warrior. No, I must stay here and stop the other party. It's not over yet, Luo Nuo! The next moment, Garp strengthened the power of his iron fist again. Not only that, he mobilized all the armed haki in his body, transported the haki to the tip of his fist, and released it crazily. This is Advanced Armament Haku-ryu! Seeing this, Whitebeard, who had been watching the battle with his observation haki, was also startled. Ryu Sakura is the name of a high-level armed color, and it is called Ryu Sakura in Wano country. It can bypass the surface of an object, reach the inside of the object, and destroy the inside. This kind of armed color domineering is undefendable. Ryu Sakura is an advanced form of haki that only a few strong men in this sea can use. Ding! Congratulations to the hosts for picking up the armament haki, current progress, 100%. Ding! Congratulations to the hosts for successfully breaking through, and the armament haki has been promoted to the top level. Ding! Hosts armament haki has reached the top level. Congratulations to hosts for realizing Ryu Sakura haki. At the same time, Luo Nuo felt a strong force passing through his body, making him warm and comfortable. I won, Luo Nuo! Garp shouted angrily, feeling that he had won. The domineering power that causes internal destruction is impossible to defend against. But the next moment. Click, click! Feeling the domineering power transmitted by Kotetsu's sword, Garp was completely stunned. That's right, his own Ryo haki was blocked by Kotetsu's haki. Without a doubt, the only thing that can resist Ryo is Ryo's haki. This guy, what time is it? Garp looked at Luo Nuo, his eyes full of surprise. Could this guy also use Ryu Sakura? Or did he just learn it? Garp, I really want to thank you for giving me such a big gift. Luo Nuo smiled faintly. Not bad. Very good. The armament color has successfully advanced to the top level, which is the level of the Emperor. I also learned Ryu Sakura, by the way. Not only that, his own strength also increased again, and he also reached the level of a General Emperor. Understand Ryu Sakura haki in battle. Garp was completely shocked by Luo Nuo's talent at this moment. This guy is a super evildoer who keeps getting stronger and growing in battle. With such talent, as long as you don't knock him down instantly, he will continue to grow and become stronger. It's so tricky. There are more people coming. It's Marines' reinforcements. At this moment, Whitebeard on the side suddenly spoke to Luo Nuo in the center of the battlefield. Whitebeard's observation haki has already sensed that a strong man is heading here. Without a doubt, it's Marines' reinforcements. There are so many people coming, the atmosphere is very chaotic. But Whitebeard could clearly sense the aura of a powerful admiral. There's even more than one. In that case, let's end it, Garp. Luo Nuo obviously also felt the presence of reinforcements. Although I still want to continue fighting, Garp, let's stop here. The harvest this time is already rich enough. If we get entangled by Marine, it will be very troublesome. It's not over yet, Luo Nuo! Garp obviously didn't want to let Luo Nuo go. Boom! Garp increased his strength again and held Luo Nuo tightly. Letting such a monster go will lead to endless troubles. And Garp's observation haki also sensed that reinforcements were coming. General Kong, Zifa and Sengoku are chasing here at full speed. I must delay until the reinforcements arrive and keep Luo Nuo here. Luo Nuo also noticed Garp's thoughts. In this case, we have to fight quickly and decisively. Huff huff. Huff huff. Suddenly, Garp felt that something was not right. The temperature around us is rising crazily, getting hotter and hotter. My skin already feels burning. Garp's eyes suddenly widened, and he recalled the previous Tianshang incident. Wasn't the flame fruit stolen by Luo Nuo? Could it be? Wasn't the flame fruit stolen by this guy? Is it possible? Garp's heart sank. Before Garp could react the next moment. Boom! In an instant, scorching flames burst out from the tip of Kotetsu's knife, and the temperature around him instantly rose to thousands of degrees. Immediately, The flame expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye it became as huge as the Flame Emperor. The huge flames instantly engulfed Garp. "Take this opportunity and go!" Upon seeing this, Luo No immediately went to the clock tower to pick up the celestial dragon, and then prepared to leave with Whitebeard. "We caught up! They are still there!" At this moment, 3 figures appeared in the sky above Mogu town. All 3 of them were walking on moonwalk. The leader was tall, muscular, and exuded a fierce temperament. He had a very distinctive inverted mountain beard on his chin. Marine Headquarters Admiral, Steel-Bone Sora. The other 2 are the 2 general candidates, Sengoku and Zephyr. However, the 3 of them were all shocked when they saw the scene before them. The entire Mogu town was almost razed to the ground. On the central street, a terrifying flame burned wildly, and in the flame, there was a scent that they were most familiar with. Garp. Garp actually lost? The expressions of the 3 people immediately became gloomy. Garp lost to Luo No? How is that possible? Garp's strength has firmly reached the level of a general. There is absolutely no problem in making him a Marine Admiral now. How many days has Luo No been out to sea? How could he already have the strength to defeat the Admiral? No. This is absolutely impossible. Anyway, let's rescue Garp first. Zhang Guo was eager to save his friend, so he immediately rushed into the fire to save Garp. "Zifa, hold Luo No back, don't let him leave!" Gangukong quickly gave the order. "Haha, Gangukong, look at what this is!" Luo No sneered and showed the human pig celestial dragon in his hand. "The celestial dragon! Not dead yet!" Kong was shocked and hurried to stop Zifa. "Tell me, Luo No, what will it take for you to let the celestial dragon go?" Gangukong's face was gloomy, and he wanted to eat Luo No. "Oh? Steelbone Kong, are you scared when you see the celestial dragons?" Seeing Cyborg's frustrated reaction, Luo No suddenly wanted to laugh. Marine is the Admiral, and is nothing more than a running dog of the celestial dragons. Kong Gang's behavior completely proves this point. "Goodbye, Kong Gu, you will see the celestial dragons at the port in 5 minutes. After saying that, Luo No prepared to go to the port with Whitebeard. "Gulala, is this the trump card you mentioned?" Whitebeard couldn't help laughing. He was originally planning to take action, but now it seems that there is no need. "You are too arrogant, Luo No, don't even think about leaving." Zifa couldn't bear the humiliation anymore and wanted to catch up. The moment Zifa took action, the tip of Kotetsu's knife was already on the celestial dragon's neck. "Wait, Zifa, don't act rashly." Seeing this, Steelbone Kong immediately grabbed Zifa. The celestial dragons must not die. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. Even a Marine Admiral like me cannot avoid severe punishment. "But are we just going to watch them leave?" Zifa didn't understand. "Luo No, that's the one who defeated Garp. If Marine lets him go like this, can he bear the consequences in the future?" In this regard, Kong Gukong could only remain silent and watch Luo No and Whitebeard leave. There is no way, the lives of the celestial dragons are too important. Don't even think about letting a wanted criminal go. Even if a country provokes the Tianlong people, it will be destroyed. The world government won't even blink an eye at this. The life of a world noble is so valuable. As a Marine Admiral, Kong knows this very well. Arriving at the port, Luo No and Whitebeard left by boat. Seeing this, Cyborg Sora and Zephyr hurried to the port to look for the celestial dragons. Soon the 2 saw Saint Charmico without his limbs. But now Saint Calmer is dead. His heart was pierced by a sword, and it was obviously done just now. "You bastard Luo No! Stop it!" Gangukong looked at the sailing boat and got angry. In a state of extreme anger, a terrifying aura burst out from his whole body. The air waves around the body are almost reaching typhoon level. Boom! With one punch, the powerful force even split the sea's surface in half. A general-level warrior, so terrifying. The force of the fist turned into a beam of white light and shot out, already chasing after the sailboat that Luo Nuo and Whitebeard were riding on. Next moment, snap! There were fine cracks visible to the naked eye on the sea and in the air. Obviously, this is the ability of the tremor fruit. Then, hula! A tsunami arose, directly blocking Gang Gukong's attack. You bastard Luo Nuo! You don't keep your word! Gang Gukong knew that the departure of these two people was inevitable, and could only cry out helplessly. What is credit when dealing with trash like the celestial dragons? Looking at the regretful look on Gang Gukong's face at the port, Luo Nuo remained calm. Are they gone? At this moment, Zhanggue had rescued Garp, and the two arrived in front of the port. At this time, Garp had burns of varying degrees all over his body, and he looked quite horrible. Garp, are you okay with your injury? Kong also didn't expect that Garp would be injured so seriously. It's okay, it's just a superficial wound, it will be fine after 10 days or half a month of rest. Garp didn't particularly care about his injury. It looks scary, but it does no harm. Eat more meat, drink more milk, and you should be able to recover after resting for 10 days or half a month. After all, he is Luffy's grandfather and Dragon's biological father, and the physiques of all his family members are monster level. My injury is not a big deal, what's important is Luo Nuo! Garp turned to face Cyborg Sora, his expression very serious. General Kong, we need to re-evaluate Luo Nuo immediately. This guy is a monster! Garp then narrated the entire process of the battle. After hearing this, Kong, Sengoku, and Zephyr's expressions instantly changed. Is what you said true? Garp? Does Luo Nuo really have the talent to learn something just by watching it once? Gangukong was stunned and wanted to confirm it again. If the person was not an honest man like Garp, Steel Bone Sora would not even confirm it, and would simply treat it as a lie. It's true! The Rocks Pirates have joined a terrible monster! Garp's tone was serious. Luo Nuo's talent has surpassed common sense, so let him join the Rocks Pirates. Marine's road will be difficult in the future. Okay, let's go back to the headquarters right now and call everyone to a meeting. Also, this news must be notified to the Holy Land. Gang Gukong looked up at the sky, looking like he had a headache. Grand Line, Marine Headquarters, located on the island of Marineford in the center of the world. In the conference room, except for those who were on missions outside, almost all the senior executives above the rank of Lieutenant General were present. Not only that, there is a projection Den Mushi placed in the center of the huge conference room. What the Den Mushi revealed was the 5 old men sitting in the Holy Land's Hall of Power. 5 elders. Some lieutenant generals present swallowed their saliva. Except for the fleet admiral, many people saw the 5 elders for the first time. These 5 people represent the highest power in the world. Even through the screen, I was impressed by the aura of majesty without even being angry. Saint Chalmako is dead, Gangukong, shouldn't you give us an explanation? The 5 elders immediately cursed when they saw Sora, and their anger could be sensed through the screen. Things are not what you think. Gang Gukong began to explain the reason. The 5 elders did not interrupt, but listened quietly to Gang Gukong's narration. Whenever the narration reached a key point, the faces of the 5 elders became gloomy. Sora, are you telling the truth? After hearing this, the 5 elders' faces turned pale and they asked in disbelief. It's absolutely true. This is all Garp's personal experience, Cyborg assured, patting his chest. I have a super talent for learning things just by looking at them. He is proficient in swordsmanship, domineering, and physical skills. He is at least at the top level. And he also possesses the power of the flame fruit. If that's the case, it's no surprise that Saint Chalmako died at his hands. What's even scarier is that Luo Nuo is only 17 years old. The 5 elders carefully thought about what Kong Zi just said. Every sentence gave them a headache. The most important thing is that after joining the Rocks Pirates, Luo Nuo will surely experience even more terrifying growth. Damn it! Luo Nuo already hated the celestial dragons so much, yet he joined the Rocks Pirates. The 5 elders felt a headache the more they thought about it. The meeting of these two people must have been like rain meeting a long drought, or dry wood meeting a raging fire. The sea is about to become noisy again. It's no use to keep worrying about this. At this point, we can only step up our efforts to strengthen our own strength. Another 5 elders chose to face reality. That's all we can do. Marine headquarters has already started recruiting talents from all over the world. I heard that we recently recruited 3 very promising talents. Kuzan, Kasasaki, and Borsellino. All 3 of them have Logia devil fruits. One has the ice fruit, one has the flash fruit, and the other has the lava fruit. They are all very powerful Logias. Of course, all 3 of them have justice in their hearts. Steel-boned Sora nodded and chose to tell the good news. Sure enough, after hearing the good news, the 5 elders' expressions eased a lot. Although the Rocks pirates have gained a monster genius, Marine has not gained nothing. 3 powerful Logia users with unlimited potential. If you train them well, Marine's strength will increase greatly. Zeph, you have to train these 3 people as quickly as possible, along with Garp's son Long, and try to make them grow as quickly as possible. Zhang, you should also train the new recruits with Zifa. We are in urgent need of fresh blood to strengthen the Marine's strength. Then Gengakong began to arrange everyone's work. Warring States, Zifa also nodded. Now their own strength has almost broken through the general level and reached the bottleneck period. A general-level warrior is considered one of the top combat powers in this world. If you want to make another breakthrough, it depends on your own talent and chance. In short, it is almost impossible to improve your strength in a short period of time. At this time, choosing to train new people and promote new people with potential is a very cost-effective behavior. By the way, where's Garp? At this point, Gengakong discovered that an important character seemed to be missing in the conference room. Garp, since being stimulated by Luo Noa, has been training very hard for several days in a row. Then Zhangua opened the window. The first thing everyone felt was the rumbling sound. It seems very far away, yet very close. That is... Everyone looked out the window and was completely stunned. I saw a figure punching a mountain not far from Mariford. Every time he punched, the mountain would shake, and huge boulders would roll down from the mountain. The mountains are shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. What made everyone's scalp tingle was that soon, the mountain was flattened. Then, the figure immediately went to another nearby mountain and continued hammering. This guy is totally using the mountain as a sandbag for training. That guy Garp. Cyborg looked at him and nodded with satisfaction. Garp is probably the only person in the entire Marine headquarters who can use a mountain as a sandbag for training. Although he has reached the level of a general now, Kong knows that with Garp's potential, he can still break through. Finally, send the bounty to the whole world immediately. Remind people how dangerous this guy is. Hey, did you hear? The evil one, Luo Noa, killed a celestial dragon. What, killed the celestial dragons? That's unacceptable. Didn't Marine send an admiral? Why wasn't there any dispatch? Iron Fist, Garp arrived at the scene immediately. What? Even Iron Fist Garp is there? He's the most popular Marine these days. Not only Iron Fist Garp, but also Steel Bone Sora, Buddha Sengoku, and Black Arm Zephyr are all there. What? So many powerful people have gone there? Of course, but Luo Noa still escaped and killed the celestial dragon. Oh my god, he killed the celestial dragons among so many powerful people. Wouldn't the world government and the Marines hate him to death? Of course. His bounty has skyrocketed and now reaches 1.5 billion. 1.5 billion? Oh my god, this is the second time he's been offered a bounty. In bars in the Sabedi Islands, nearly 90% of the people are discussing today's newspaper. Everyone was deeply shocked by the events in the newspaper. People talked to each other, afraid that they would miss any details. This scene is not only seen in the Sabedi Islands, but also in bars all over the world. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that, Luo Noa, you would be ahead of me again. The grand route at this time, New World. On an ordinary sailboat, Roger laughed while holding a newspaper. At this time, there were already 5 or 6 people behind Roger. It is obvious that after leaving Luonua, Roger recruited a lot of reliable partners. Extremely evil Luonua? Captain, do you know this guy? Rayleigh, Jabba, and a few crew members came over and asked curiously. Captain, do you know the evil one? Rayleigh, Jabba, and others came over, very curious. This, extremely evil, is the most popular pirate on the sea recently. It can even overwhelm the Rock's pirates. He is Tenjijin, he killed the celestial dragons, and he escaped from the siege of several powerful admirals, which aroused the attention, admiration, and jealousy of many pirates. Even Rayleigh, Jabba, and others are not immune to this. Ha ha ha, Luonua, he's not some evil person, he just has a grudge against the celestial dragons. Roger laughed loudly, showing disdain for the title given to Luonua by the world government. The world government is like this, they like to say black is white and white is black. But I didn't expect Luonua to join the Rock's pirates. That pirate group was extremely brutal and often attacked certain countries and civilians. However, considering that Captain Rox himself does not get along with the celestial dragons and often causes trouble for them, perhaps this is the reason why Luonua joined Rox. But I'm really upset that you surpassed me so quickly. Roger looked at Luonua's bounty, which was as high as 1.5 billion, and felt stimulated. My current bounty is only a little over 800 million, so I must work harder. In short, we can't lose to you, so we have to try our best. Brothers, go ahead and kill the devil pirates with a bounty of 700 million. Roger led his crew and rushed towards a large pirate group not far away. Meanwhile, New World, Hachino's Island. This is the richest island in the New World and also the headquarters of the Rock's pirates. Whitebeard and Luonua have already landed on Hachino's. The landing of the two immediately attracted onlookers. Look, isn't that Captain Whitebeard, the captain of the first squadron? Has Captain Whitebeard been out recently? I said I haven't seen Captain Whitebeard for a few days. Eh? There's another person next to Captain Whitebeard. Who is that? F***CK, am I seeing things? Isn't that the popular, evil Luonua? The bounty is as high as 1.5 billion. He killed the celestial dragon in front of Kong, Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr. How could he appear in this Hachino's? It's really him. Captain Whitebeard disappeared these days to find Luonua? Is this guy going to join our Rock's pirates? Doesn't that mean that our Rock's pirates group has a new big pirate? Many members of the Rock's pirates gathered around, and were very interested in Luonua's arrival. After all, this is the evil one, who has overshadowed the Rock's pirates recently. The bounty is as high as 1.5 billion, which is higher than Captain Whitebeard's bounty. On the ship of the Rock's pirates, only Rox himself has a higher bounty than the most evil criminals. Many pirates looked left and right, wanting to see if this extremely evil criminal, Luonua, was as cruel as described in the newspapers. After all, the world government's newspapers described Luonua as an extremely vicious criminal. Burning, killing, looting, and harming civilians, Luonua's brutality is no less than any other pirate. But no matter how you look at it, Luonua doesn't look like a bully-type pirate who does all kinds of evil. Plop, plop. The next moment, some pirates who had gathered to watch suddenly had their eyes turn white, lost consciousness, and fell to the ground. This is Luonua unleashing Conqueror's dominance. After all, Luonua hated a group of people chattering around him, and he was not a monkey in a zoo, so he took action to scare them. Nearly half of the pirates fainted, and some who were not stunned were unable to stand steadily. These are all minions, and you can also see the difference between the Rock's pirates and other pirate groups. If it was members of other pirate groups who were shocked by Luonua's top conquerors, I'm afraid only the captain and a few core cadres would be able to stand firm. What a powerful conqueror's domineering aura, not inferior to Captain Whitebeard or Captain Shiki. As expected, as soon as Luonua made a move, some pirates who were almost knocked over quickly retreated to make way for Luonua and Whitebeard. At the same time, he also had a rough assessment of Luonua in his mind. In terms of conquerors domineering, Luo Noa is not inferior to the captain of the first team, Whitebeard, and the captain of the second team, the Golden Lion Shiki. It seems that what the newspapers said is true. Gulalala, you really dare to take action. Whitebeard couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. These guys are like annoying grasshoppers, so noisy. Luo Noa also spoke up. But many of the people you knocked out were members of the Golden Lion Shiki team, as well as members of the Silver Axe, Achaku, John, and Charlotte Linlin teams. You will offend them all once you get on board, Whitebeard kindly reminded. Isn't this the style of the Rocks pirates? Are you afraid of offending people? Luo Noa seemed nonchalant. Members and executives of the Rocks pirates often fight with each other, sometimes even killing each other. It is normal to offend people, and sometimes you may even say something unintentionally and somehow people will hold a grudge against you. Luo Noa was too lazy to care about so many things and decided to knock down these guys who made him unhappy first. Gulala, that's right. I was overthinking it. Whitebeard felt that he was overthinking it. He had seen Luo Noa's strength. If you are offended, you are offended. What's more, Golden Lion, Silver Axe, Charlotte, and their group would not fall out with other cadres because of some inferior members. Just then, a figure walked over from a distance. The aura of that person was so terrifying that Luo Noa could feel it from a distance. Luo Noa had never seen such a terrifying aura. Anyway, he is definitely better than Whitebeard and himself, and also better than Kong, Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr whom he has met. Only when he got closer could Luo Noa see the man's appearance clearly. She had an exaggerated red spiky hair, and a red robe that rustled in the sea breeze. Even if you wear loose clothes, your muscles will fill them up. He wasn't very tall, only about 2.5 meters, but with his breathtakingly powerful aura, no one dared to look down on him. This is Roxty, Jibek, the king of the sea. Ha 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 ha, Luo Noa, seeing it in person is worse than hearing about it. To be honest, I have been looking forward to your arrival these days. When Rox saw Luo Noa and the crew members lying on the ground, he was not unhappy at all. Instead, he laughed heartily. Unlike what Luo Noa had imagined, Rox was not the cold-blooded and cruel type, but rather approachable. If it weren't for the terrifying aura of King emanating from him, it would be hard to imagine that he was the captain of the most powerful pirate group in this sea. Yes, it is difficult to attract so many pirates just by bloody suppression. Notify Shiki, Charlotte, John, Achaku, and others immediately. Hold a banquet tonight to celebrate Luo Noa's joining us. Rox quickly gave the order, and the minions hurried to inform Shiki and others. That night, Shiki, Charlotte, John, Silver Axe, and other famous officers arrived one after another. On the one hand, we have to give face to Captain Rox and obey his orders. On the other hand, they also wanted to see with their own eyes the demeanor of this recently popular, extremely evil New World, Hachinos, the Rox Pirates headquarters. The officers were informed by Rox that they would attend the evening banquet, and they were all ready to attend. On the way to the party venue, John, Achaku, Silver Axe, Charlotte, Shiki, and others happened to meet each other. Have you heard? The evil one, Luo Noa, has joined us, Silver Axe said bluntly after seeing the few people. I know. He's the new guy who kidnapped Tian Shangjin and killed the Tianlong people. Tonight's party is also to welcome him, Achaku said sourly. As far as he could remember, this was the first time a new member joined and the entire Rox Pirates group had to attend the event. Is this guy so important? Yes, I heard that he also defeated Garp and escaped from the hands of Kong, Sengoku, and Zephyr together with Whitebeard. John talked about Luo Noa's deeds, and it seemed that he cared about everything about Luo Noa. Defeated Iron Fist Garp? No wonder the bounty on this guy is as high as 1.5 billion. This was the first time Shiki heard about this, and he was shocked. Garp is also a marine that the Rox Pirates often encounter. Garp's Iron Fist has left a very deep impression on the Rox Pirates officers. Garp was defeated? This Luo Noa sounds very powerful. Well, it looks like the person on the bounty order is a handsome guy. I'm going to catch him as soon as possible. Charlotte Linlin, who had not gained weight at this time, chuckled and was looking forward to seeing Luo Nuo. Such a handsome guy with outstanding abilities should have a child with me. The child born from these two will definitely be very strong. It's disgusting. The others were disgusted by Charlotte Linlin's words and subconsciously stayed away from this crazy woman. This guy is the famous Roxbus, and the members of her team are all children born to her and men of various races. Charlotte Linlin also showed her favor to Shiki, John, Silver Axe, Achiku, and even Whitebeard. But everyone thought it was dirty and afraid of getting sick, so they decisively refused. But do you know what the most bizarre thing about Luo Nuo is? At this moment, John suddenly spoke. What's up? Upon hearing this, Golden Lion, Achiku, Silver Axe, and Charlotte's appetite was instantly piqued, and they pricked up their ears to listen. It is rumored that this Luo Nuo has a very terrifying talent, and can quickly learn other people's special moves. You can even learn it by just looking at it. Garp's Iron Fist was understood by Luo Nuo during the battle, that's why he lost. John said proudly. He was very concerned about Luo Nuo, so he knew the rumors about Luo Nuo. The reason for his concern was very simple. John is a very money-loving person, and Luo Nuo is at odds with the celestial dragons. John wanted to win over Luo Nuo, who specialized in killing celestial dragons. John could just follow Luo Nuo and pick up some of the celestial dragon's treasures. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Learning the enemy's moves during battle? How is that possible? Upon hearing this, Golden Lion immediately retorted. Garp's Iron Fist, Golden Lion has experienced it before. The last time I fought with Marine, I was punched by Garp, and the wound still hurts. Iron Fist is Garp's special move, which took him a long time to develop. How could anyone learn it in one glance? Just like the Golden Lion himself has his own unique skills. The Chopping Wave, Two-Sword Style, Lion Thousand Slice Valley, and the development of the Float Fruit are all moves that I spent a long time exploring to develop. It is impossible for people to learn it at a glance. This must be a rumor. That's right, the government's reports just like to exaggerate. This must be a rumor, John. You always like to spread gossip like this. Silver Axe, Achiku also felt that John was bragging. How is it possible for someone to learn someone else's unique skills so quickly? You can learn a move that others have worked hard to develop for more than 10 years just by looking at it? Do you really think that all the strong people in the world are trash? Hee, there's a banquet tonight, how about we give it a try? And make a bet at the same time? John chuckled. When I first heard this rumor, I behaved just like Shiki and Infu and didn't believe it at all. But I sent people out to investigate, and it seems to be true. John realized this was an opportunity to make a fortune. Bet? Okay, what do you want to bet on? Golden Lion, Silver Axe, and others became excited when they heard it. It's so easy to win or lose in this kind of gambling game. It's a chance to make money. How about a 1 billion Bailey bet? If the rumors are true, each of you will give me 1 billion Baileys. If the rumors are false, I will give each of you 1 billion Baileys, John said with gritted teeth. Golden Lion, Achiku, Silver Axe, and others were all shocked. They suspected that the John in front of them was a fake, an imposter. After all, how come John, who usually values money so much, suddenly became so generous? One bet is 1 billion Baileys. This is not a small amount of money. It is estimated that John has saved this much money in all these years in the Rocks Pirates. Could it be possible that this rumor is true? Everyone immediately became suspicious, but quickly shook their heads to deny it. Impossible. How could someone have the talent to learn a move just by looking at it? If they really had such talent, they wouldn't have to train so hard every day for so many years. Okay, let's bet. It's good to make free money. Achiku, Silver Axe immediately decided to accept the bet. After all, to them, this money was just picked up from the ground. What's more, 1 billion Baileys is not a small amount of money even for big pirates like them. I'll join too, but John, do you have enough money to pay if you lose? Golden Lion also decided to join this gamble, and he would not miss the 1 billion Baileys. But he was worried that John didn't have enough money to pay the bill. After all, if one person has 1 billion, that's 3 billion Baileys. Does John really have that much money? Or even if he has it, is he willing to give it away? Don't worry, I won't default on my debt. Besides, I'm not stupid enough to default on the debts of all 3 of you at once, John assured the Golden Lion. Hearing this, Golden Lion, Silver Axe, and Ochako nodded, thinking that what John said made sense. That's fine. Anyway, if you dare to default on your debt, forget about robbing others for a share of the bill in the future. Silver Axe said confidently that he knew John's strength. Not to mention 3 people joining forces, it would be difficult for him to defeat the Golden Lion alone. If he really dares to default on his debt, he will be beaten, and don't even think about splitting the bill in the future. In that case, it's settled. John thought he should give it a try and trust the news his men brought back. After the decision was made, several people walked together towards the banquet venue. Soon Golden Lion, Silver Axe, and others arrived at the designated location. At a glance, Captain Rox, Captain Whitebeard of the 1st Squadron, and the evil culprit, Luo Nuo, were already seated.